Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story. Sorry for that intro of no music. That was my bad. But welcome. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with the beloved crew of the Unearthed Arcanum because apparently you guys are a ship or something. I don't know where I was going with that. But everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Hello. Very excited to jump into the craziness of tonight. Apologies for any, if there are any technical difficulties tonight. There will be a lot of stuff that was switching over on my side, but hopefully everything should work good and eventually better. If you have no idea what the heck this is, hi. We are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, having 4 parties living, existing, traveling in the Feywild with a new friend in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world that will be known for the very last time as Iabellon, as we will be officially switching over the new name. Been working kind of hard on this. Had a lot of mental blocks this week on making sure that this felt good. So obviously, feel free to be honest with your feedback and whatnot. But excited to get into stuff for tonight. I'll say, you guys want to do the big announcement first, and then we'll do the small announcement.
Yes, I want the big present now. Open it now.
Of course.
You want
yes.
to start Christmas Eve with the biggest present.
Yes.
I'm the odd one out. All right.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you know what? Set expectations super high, and then we can't be disappointed. I guess.
If it makes you feel any better, the other announcements are pretty much the exact same thing you've heard for the past 30 or 40 sessions. So, all right. Well, hopefully this works. But everybody, present to you the new and in progress world. Here we go.
Good. I'm a fan.
Love it.
You guys didn't notice? I think you guys might have missed something at the very end of that. I don't know. We'll see. But for anyone else who wants to check back and look at it, there's a little hint of something at the very, very end. But yeah, there we go. We are now known to be in the world of Tsarra. We have North and South Iabellon, we have the Isles, and we have the new land that is known as Abravar. That is extended out to the far east, an area that is unknown to Iabellon, but Abravar knows about Iabellon. There will be more information that will come to light as we continue to move forward. For those this is your first time here and have no idea what this is the introduction to the 5th campaign we will be launching in the middle to late September. So we're going to be putting out some information on that as we go through all of it. I'm going to say I'm going to do a 3, 2, 1 go, and I'm going to allow that person to be able to ask me one question. The answer to that question may be I don't know, but I'll let you guys choose one question. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. No one has any questions.
Too many questions, Joe. Too many.
Mm-hmm. Was the little add-in at the end that crescent moon overlay?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Beautiful. I love it. There you go. There's your one question.
One of the 13 moons.
I don't know. Maybe you guys bullied me into it. Who knows?
Let's go.
Good at that.
No peer pressure. Let's go.
So obviously, as you can see, we're very excited to be able to kind of launch that out. So if you are watching this for the first time and going, okay, wow, all right, yeah. Also, that map is in very much in progress as I had to port it over from where it was before. So a lot of work to be involved in making that come to.
Very exciting.
I didn't know it was going to be so close. Like, like it's just right over the, it's right over that sea,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a scale.
So, yeah, I think the scaling on that would be like it's probably about at least 2 weeks travel. Because you think about how far the travel
Plus
is
you gotta
to
get
go
to the
from
mountains
Maya
and stuff
to the
over there.
Isles.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff there. But yeah, very excited, which is going to make these other announcements kind of feel a little bit weird. So I apologize, but we are also very excited to be continuing on our Humblewood quest. For those who don't know, Humblewood is our Saturday drop-in, drop-out campaign that we've been running for the summer. That had a little bit of a slow start, but honestly, man, what a strong ending towards the end of the stuff. I don't think there's a open spot for this week or next week. But for those that do want to be able to try to kind of sneak in to play a session, let's see. I hate how this new setup is here. Hold on. Nope,
People sometimes do
There's
drop
no-
out. So, if you're watching and you want to check back sometimes. Cause
Please,
sometimes you
please
get an open
do.
spot.
Yeah. Let's see if these have been added. Yeah, they have. I don't know why they're set to active. There's no sessions for it. That's weird. Okay, cool. I'll fix that later. But yeah, so if you were interested in checking that out, you can do so by going to startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube, it is in the video description as always. And then for Twitch people, sorry about that copy and paste game, but I believe in you. I will copy and paste that into our live chat for you guys to be able to check it out over there. We will also have, as we begin to give more information on the launch for the 5th campaign in Abravar, you will be able to find out that information also on that same link. So make sure you follow that to get that information. Lastly, if you're interested in supporting the channel, best way to do so is to like and subscribe. Not only where you're watching it, which would be YouTube and or Twitch, or somewhere else if it's being put into you might be watching this 30 years from now, actually. And so if we're still doing this, yeah, still hit that like button, I guess. But you also can check us out at our Instagram and TikTok down below. We have some fun clips of some of our favorite moments, as well as the occasional terrain shot, courtesy of Kay, who is in our new member. So yeah, please check it out. Super fun. And if you want to follow and subscribe and do all that stuff, I wouldn't mind it. Cool. That is it for announcements. As I've told you guys, I'm so far behind. Who's doing the recap?
It's me.
Cool. All right. Awesome.
All
Sweet.
right.
Well,
Yeah.
hold on. I gotta do the whole thing.
I know. I'm
Jess.
waiting.
I gotta do well, now it feels weird to do it. Give it a second. Before we jump into tonight, we do need to get a recap of where we left off. So before we do, Jess, please take it away.
Right. So we left off last time, picking right up back in the Feywild as we come across this very weird pool of blood. Gwen is very excited that everybody else sees it too, as opposed to the last time. Alistair sort of studies it, collects some in a vial, and then, because why not, tastes a little bit of it, because that's just what you do. But it sort of charms him and sends him off in a random direction. The party is able to stop him for a moment before he gets too far away. Gwen sends Hewson down the path to follow the blood, and he sees 2 cat tower type structures and something big that he wants to jump on. So eventually we decide to start heading that way rather than the way that Alistair wanted to go. Along the way, Prim notices Bulu, who, and she tries to communicate with him. Does not go well. He's definitely hiding from everybody by covering his face. Yori's against asking for help from anybody. So tells Kara to just close her eyes and concentrate on Maeve. She does, and it sort of also heads us down that path that we were taking in the direction of the blood. So we follow Kara. We get to this great big pond of blood, and across the way we see a broken archway that has some sort of abjuration magic attached to it. And then there's a giant shell in the center of this pond. Gwen throws a ball bearing, and a giant snail made of blood kind of attacks. And along with that, we've got some red caps that are very much a nuisance. Through the battle, we notice that the archway is broken. Looks like a piece is missing. Not something that the creators would have done. But also that archway is where we need to go. So we need to deal with this. Yori is able to kill the snail, which was mostly just an amalgam of blood. But in doing so, really angers the redcaps, who try their very best and nearly almost succeed in killing him. As Yori lays unconscious, we have sort of a slow motion on what everybody else is doing in that moment. Prim is terrified of losing someone else. Undolith tells Alistair that she wants to stop this from happening again, and he starts to shift. Kara hears a panicked Mask, but trusts in the magic that she's been granted by Mask to heal Yori. Gwen feels guilty, as it was her actions that kicked this off, and then she gets a little bit angry. And Io hears his patron in his head, and he sort of leans into it a little bit, and he's ready to fuck things up. As we come back, Gwen uses the Diminuum to sort of enhance Magic Missile, and is able to get the rest of the redcaps, sort of move them back from the group. Yori is healed enough to come back up, and he tells one of the redcaps that his name is Talk the Rune Herald, and basically punches it into red paste. As it dies, it mutters something about a Ms. Girl. So that's interesting. And Io fireballs the rest of the redcaps. And his voice sort of changes a little bit as he really leans into the power that his patron grants him. As this happens, Prim is able to see the head that she had seen previously in the pool of blood, and is able to get that as the fireball goes off, and Alistair is able to react quickly enough with his flash of genius to sort of take care of the rest of it. So everybody works together, and we're able to kill all of the redcaps. Afterwards, we check out the head that Prim got. It's some sort of elven creature with bright green hair, expression of resignation. Seems more extremely elvish than like the high elves that we've encountered. So Alistair's pretty sure this isn't an Eladrin. Kara is able to touch the head and gain some insight, though whatever spirit has passed on from this realm. So she mostly just gets that whoever is connected to this head is missing. missing it, and also somehow connected to the arch and the missing piece. And as we turn around, we see a very beautiful Eladrin woman. Yori asks in Sylvan. Well, first, Yori asks the hidden entity to reveal itself. It reveals itself as a very beautiful Sylvan woman, and Kara speaks to her in Elvish as she holds the head, sort of not threatening or keeping it away, but just wanting to engage in some dialogue first. Kara asks what this Elven woman wants with the head, and she just says revenge. And I think that is it.
Beautiful. Anything else we need to add, gang? All right. Okay. So, with that, we will jump into... we'll jump into our setting here. All right. So coming off of the end of that fight, we see this river slowly starting to be like almost kind of like have the process of sort of drying up into the ground, but doing so at a much faster rate due to Gwyn's magic with the Diminuum. We see a figure who is, I believe, Kara, you gave her the head, so now she's holding...
I don't think we did yet. I think we were still... Because we just asked the question and all she said was revenge. There was no exchange beyond that.
Oh, okay. You got it. So yeah, is staring at and kind of like having to like not quite meeting the eye or in a sort of somber state. We see this green-haired elven woman with extended sort of fey features. As you all are kind of collecting yourselves and your belongings, you guys take it away. What do you guys want to do?
Oh, well, I'm still holding the head, so... she just said revenge when we were asked why what her... I don't remember the question exactly. I think it was something like...
I think you had just asked her what's your intention for this head. Something to that effect.
Revenge. And you used Elvish, which I think she responded to in a sort of emotional way, a little bit, just kind of like remembering it.
That's right. Yeah.
So, I guess Kara will say in Elvish still. This person, they were important to you?
Yes. They are important to me. May I please have the head?
I'm gonna step forward and like go to hand it to them, but as they put their hands on it, I'm still holding on to it. I'm looking for someone important to me as well. Perhaps you could help us in finding at least the path.
I'm going to say give me a persuasion check. I'm going to say with disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Mm-hmm. You're still holding the head, pointedly.
It's not horrible. Persuasion? 17.
Okay, nice. Okay. You have done something for me. I guess it's only fair in the Fae that I respond in kind. Yes, I will give you a favor.
Do you speak the common tongue first so that my companions can all understand, or no?
Somewhat. I haven't had a lot of formal training.
I'm gonna look around at my companions. I don't know who speaks Elvish, so I don't know who's understanding this conversation.
What is she saying?
I
I
think
also
This-
would
this-
at one
so-
point would have been like,
At
is
this
she
point,
friend or foe?
Time out. Kara, are you giving the head? Are you
Yes.
relinquishing? Okay,
Yes.
cool. Got it. Now you guys can continue. Sorry. That's just, that was a very important part of that.
Yeah, during this conversation, you would have heard Io say, is she friend or foe? So, obviously indicating he has no idea what you guys are actually saying.
Gotcha.
Revenge on who?
Revenge.
It's
I don't speak it either, so I also don't understand. You want a sandwich?
Yeah. Hey,
Okay.
you. Speaking of, are you okay? I mean, you sure you should be chewing with that much? And then he's kind of going into almost overly nurturing manner as he's literally is like, yeah, okay. You might have lost a tooth.
Blood. I had a lot of metal in the food back home, so the blood kind of has that irony taste. I don't want to interrupt though. If you guys are doing something, does she have something to say?
Yeah.
She wants revenge on someone. I'm trying to figure out who that
Well,
is.
Does that get
she
us? Like,
she will respond to you right away. I was giving the idea of the separate conversations. Time.
right.
So
Yeah,
she's not waiting.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Cool. So she says in Elvish, it's quite a difficult tale to explain here. If I may, I can tend to your injuries here or at my home. I have a feeling that I know why you're here, and if I'm correct, we will need to travel there regardless.
Insight check.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
I'll look back at Yori and turn back to her and Elvish. Are you offering these healings and hospitality free of charge? No strings attached?
I have a 30 on my insight.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
You see her looking at you, Alistair, and there is a moment, I think, not in a... I don't think in necessarily like a... how do I put this? She is alarmingly beautiful. And I think, for Alistair, it's not necessarily like an attraction sort of thing, but as much as a feeling like that, like sort of... you've grown up in areas where any sort of conventionally attractive individual would not look at you twice or really pay very much attention to you, besides Gwen. So in this case, this person, staring right at you when she says these words, probably feels a little uncomfortable. But she says, I, unlike many of my brethren in the forest, do not submit to such fey dealings. I will in this case as it was asked, but I do not offer with anything but a kindness that was shown to me. And she kind of like gestures to the head.
I'll turn around and go ahead.
30, just real quick, 30 insight check.
30 insight.
So far, everything feels really honest. She seems kind of like lost, and but I'll say with a 30, you start to notice that her somewhat like her, I don't know, shyness isn't the right word, but her proclivity to like looking away and not looking in the eye is probably more on the idea of her current like emotional look, and you notice that that's quickly fading away. She with a 30, I'll say you get the idea that she is of someone who is not used to taking orders, probably more giving them.
I'll turn back to the group intentionally with my back to whatever her name is, because I didn't ask, and look directly at Gwen and just tell everybody. She says that she wants to take us back to her home and tend to our wounds and help us. She thinks she knows why we might be here.
Did you ask about the gate thing? Missing the rock? She knew anything about that?
Kara, do you have any...
May I, Ward? I'm gonna point towards the head. Unless your intentions were for other use. I have some magic that can help preserve what is left.
When you say ward, you're trying to preserve the head?
Gentle repose, yeah. I'm offering gentle repose.
Right, for the purpose of resurrection?
Mm-hmm. If she has the rest of the remains somewhere.
Yeah. You see her kind of wince at that. That is not how we do things.
Of course. That's why I asked. My companions were curious about the archway.
Yes, that's what I surmised. As I said, it is a long story. The missing piece that you're looking for is in my home.
I'll look at Alistair. Which his back's probably turned to me. You're muted.
You're muted.
I would look at you, but not at her. So.
I'm sorry, head lady? And I'm speaking Sylvan at this point. I can't understand what they're saying, but I don't know that. I think that's Elvish. Yeah, what was your name?
My name is Princess Tsarra.
Oh, Princess. Yeah, I've done that one. What are you offering?
Of the Eilthanas.
The Eilthanas.
Eilthanaris.
Eilthanaris. Great. It's been a long time since I spoke Sylvan, so it's I get it. There's a lot of
She's definitely correcting you immediately.
There's those it's like the extra vowel sound, like.
And actually, I'm saying it wrong. Sorry, it's even
fine.
worse than that. Elielthanaris, that's what it is.
Elielthanaris. Great. That you're a princess of that place, which is somewhere else. And what's the deal? This is you need a head in return for a head or something, or you gonna take us to some? Is it the whole the one where it's someone tries to someone really attractive, and then they sort of try to get you to go somewhere like that. Usually doesn't. It's not really my thing. So that's not going to be really. Which one are we doing? Oh. That one. I said something very wrong.
Something happened there. Okay. Tsarra looks at you. I apologize. I know you're not a fan, or what? I apologize. I know you're not familiar with certain customs that may revolve around our. I have a funeral to plan. So if you would like help in getting what you seek, I am inviting you to my home. It is up to you to decide whether or not to follow or to believe that I am.
No thanks. And I'll go and walk and just kind of stare off in a different direction. Everybody else can obviously do what they want. I'm not denying the premise here, but that's just, I think Yori just kind of
that whole conversation happened in Sylvan too. So
right, you know what it is. So you just hear it's I think by the body language and tone, it's pretty clear that was a sort of, I think he kind of shakes his head enough that you could see it was a denial of whatever was going on, and then he walks away, just like,
you see Tsarra turn towards, I think probably turns towards you, Karn. Well, clearly you guys have made a decision. I understand.
Wait. We don't. I don't speak Sylvan, so I don't know what just was spoken.
Your fairy companion decided that I am of the wickedness of these woods, and as I understand his concern, it is I have more important things to handle at the moment. I am willing to help you, but I can't do so here.
We'll follow, right? I'm looking at Alistair because I think he's the only one that understands me. And Gwen, your tongue should still be up, right? Unless you lost concentration on it.
It's not concentration. It is still up. She's been studying the arch and paying attention to the conversations.
We should go.
Fix the arch. We need to go with you. Is that correct? And we need to fix the arch to go where we need to go.
My family is holding on to the missing piece, yes. But clearly your tour guide is of a different mind.
I think his experiences here have not all been kind. And he is, so far, the only one who has shown any sort of wisdom and restraint in just blindly following. But
yes, I understand the concern. Unfortunately, in the Feywild, it is a constant choice that needs to be made on trust. Constant. But that means you have to make a choice. So I will wait here for a moment as you make your choice.
I'm gonna stay in common to the group now. They have what we need to keep moving on. That she's, from what I can tell, she's not a threat. We should go.
Did
agree.
she say what she has that we need, or she just said that?
She has.
I mean, like
their-
she said, "I have what you need. Come with me."
The
yes, her
missing
family.
archway.
Yeah, her family is the caretaker. Is my interpretation of the missing piece.
Alistair.
Yori, if you're ever going to face the Rune King, we're gonna have to take a few chances. And Hara seems like this is gonna be a good bet for us. She seems sincere.
Well, good. Because if she makes one bad move, I'm gonna be the first to kill her.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's just no. You're right. Talk didn't run away from the danger. He went toward it. If I'm gonna do this, then I can't just avoid all of the different things. So if this is the whatever one this is, let's go do it. We have each other, and if Kara feels like she can trust her, that I feel like Kara has, she kind of has a way with knowing people and their intentions. So, okay. And thanks, Io.
No problem.
Did I know we were probably having this part of the conversation in common, but did she react at all to Alistair saying Rune King?
Go ahead and roll.
Because she said she understood a little bit, but insight check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, come on, roll good. That's not terrible. It's a 15. It's like mediocre.
Cool.
Early level, that's great.
Mhm.
You noticed a couple things. When Io said kill her, you saw her eyebrows raise. I rolled really low. And then the phrase Rune King, kind of her face just gave a little bit of just a second of eyes narrowed a little bit.
I think we should go.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna turn back to her. And in Elvish, just, we're coming. We'll follow you.
How long of a walk is it to your house?
I'm rolling so low right now. She looks at you, Gwen, looks at your legs and goes, you should be able to manage. This way.
I bet more that I have a spell that I could do that could make it more conducive to communication for the whole group. But it's short duration, so if it would be better to wait until your house, that would be good to know.
You see she's kind of walking off in the direction as she responds with, I think she responds with, it is a ways.
Okay. I'll wait then.
I'm kind
And
of
I'll follow after her.
floating behind her.
Cool.
Very Essek now that she has that
Mm-hmm.
mantle.
I love it. Yeah. So I think there will be conversations that will be going on with her that she'll be initiating here in a minute. But I'll say I want to kind of give an openness to saying the idea that you guys are now kind of moving through the forest. And before anything is revealed, I would say it's going to be about a 3-hour journey. You guys are traveling north.
Could I perception check for Bulu? See if he's following.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, baby, that's a 19.
Cool. DC was 5. Bulu is following. Every time you turn around, he puts leaves over his face.
Cool. Just want to Prim is just noting where he is at this point.
Yep. And Oogle is also following. You don't see
Neve.
you don't see Neve anywhere.
I rolled for Hewson, and he's stalking behind Bulu, just playfully. And every time Bulu hides, so does Hewson.
Beautiful. I love it.
Trying to learn the Feywild here. You said we are traveling north. As far as other bodies in the sky, sun, moon, all of that, is it changing at all since we've been here? Or is it staying centered? Is there a day-night cycle? There's the
Yeah, good
words.
question. Okay. So what you're noticing is the sun is fully centered in the sky. It has not moved since you've been here.
And as far as traveling, because I flew up and I kind of noted the directions of the Sealy Court and the Unsealy Court. North, where is it in relation to the direction we were traveling and the court we were traveling towards? Are we going away from it? Are we skirting along its border?
Mm-hmm. So based on where you guys originally came in, facing, you would be like from the doorway coming out, you guys would be facing north, but you traveled west. So west is the Violet Court, and then so now you've traveled a good distance west, and now you're traveling north again.
Okay.
I think I'll also have Prim kind of come up to Yori as we're walking and just, hey, you good? I know this isn't your necessarily, I don't know, it seemed like this might not be the choice you wanted to go with initially, but after everything, are you okay? I just want to check in with you.
No, but talk is. And everybody was right. I can't just, in general, it's not usually any better to go one way than another. It's, you can deny the whatever the trick is, and then that's the trick to get you to go in the opposite direction, and you were supposed to go with them, but then that's why they said, then you can go with them, and then that's the trick because you thought that was this time it was and either way, eventually you have to face what's coming. So, yeah, I'm better than I was before, and I have everybody here, and you absolutely kicked the shit out of that snail, and then I thought you would just punching and kicking, but then the hands tried to grab you, and the move you did where you got out of the way from them grappling you and taking that was classic. That's like that's definitely in one of the first forms, that was pretty cool.
Thank you. Beryl taught me a lot and helped me out with a lot of those.
That was like the rock guy, right?
Yeah. Actually, Adelia taught me that to get out of the grapple one. That was something she told me about.
That's who you're trying to find, right?
Yeah. I'm hoping that with Maeve's situation, once it, kind of like with, I guess, the situation that just happened, help you with one task and get help with another, and who knows, maybe they'll just happen to work out all together at the same time. It's kind of funny how the world works that way some days.
How did you find out I mean, I know, you know, I mean, you were very clearly there when she got taken, but is that, did you know who took her at the time?
I had inklings. I had thoughts, ideas that the person that had a sense of ownership over her wanted their golden goose back.
It was that person you mentioned, right? You don't have to say the name, but it was, yeah, something about, it was like a very, like, you know.
I don't know what their actual name is. I just know the
Mm.
title that had been presented to
Sometimes
them.
there's like a saying. It's like the name's the name if you use it all the same, and you know.
If you give it power, that's when it actually becomes
Right.
a problem.
Yeah.
Kind of
If
thing.
that becomes the sound that's made to refer to the person by enough people and stuff, it seems like that's. But also, I don't really know. You know, people kind of looked at me here a little bit, and I'll try to help, but you know, I wasn't really exactly raised here so much as, you know, like played with until I got out, and so I don't know all the rules and the powers and stuff, except that I kind of, there's all these disjointed memories, and none of them are great. So this has been a better experience than that in general, even with the blood snail. So, you know, maybe we're on a better track. But yeah.
I think we're heading in the right direction, but I mean, that's the question, right? And in life, you might not necessarily know what is the right direction. You just kind of happen upon it and deal with the situation at hand. I think that's kind of what we're doing here is all right.
That's how I feel like the outside world works. Like it can make a path.
But if we
in here,
believe that
never
even this
worked.
world works that same way,
Maybe. That's the thing that I think is the worst part about it, is that I feel like it's always like it never makes sense. Like you do a thing and then you do it the same way the next time and it doesn't work the next time the same way it worked before, and it has a totally different result, and nobody is, you don't have people who are just like kind of that lie or tell the truth, or I mean, I guess it was all very confusing until it got frustrating, until it got sort of, you know, deadening.
well,
But yeah, we'll deal with it here.
yeah. And hey, this time, you know, you got me, you got this group. We'll face it together. You're not having to face it by yourself this time. So
Just
we'll take
try to
it in
remember who
stride.
you are.
I know who I am. I know deep down who I am. I hope everybody else knows who they are. This group is.
Sometimes it plays with that, and you
I'll
can
be
forget.
fine.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Yeah, this is a talk story. We're gonna, if we find anything, we'll just punch it real hard.
There you go.
Or kick it.
Yeah. Hey.
I
Both
haven't
work
really thought
quite
a lot about
efficiently.
kicking, but it is, yeah, you have those other, you know.
Right. That's why you steel tip the boots. You got any more sandwiches?
Beautiful.
Yeah! I have so many!
So many sandwiches.
Cool.
Kara, you hear Tsarra now speaking in your head. Something tells me you're far from home, Changeling.
I think the same could be said about my entire group.
I guess that's really what told me, as well as your demeanor.
And the inability to speak Sylvan, I think, was probably a pretty good indicator.
Yes, well, that was... As I mentioned, these forests are known for their trickery, so...
I only recently learned how changelings come to exist on other planes. So I wasn't even aware I had a connection other than my blood. Till recently.
You are quite far from the changeling tribes, but if you would like to learn more about your past, I'm sure I could point you in the direction.
No.
I understand. There's
I
something
came
that
here for
Yeah.
one purpose. Sorry. I came here for one purpose, and it wasn't for me. But I do appreciate the offer.
Understood. Speaking as someone, well, understanding that you are not as familiar with our customs, I guess I should warn you in letting you know that there is a reason that the Archstone was taken, and it will not be given. It will not be given freely.
I understand. The Archstone, I'm assuming, will link us to the lands of the Violet Court.
If that is your destination, yes. I assume what you're looking for is there.
She's going to glance down at the head. I'm looking for something that was stolen from me by those who dwell in that court.
It is interesting. For many that seem to cross over to this plane, that tend to head east just as much as west, looking for the same thing.
I don't understand your customs, but I'm hoping to learn, to maybe understand why the Archstone is so well guarded, protected, what would be required for its use.
Nothing required for use, more taken as protection from those that wish to cross over on either side. Albeit it is not a decision that I was present for.
Do you know if there's something that would encourage their assistance in allowing us to use the stone? Something that can
Yes.
be offered?
Yes, I do. Watch your head. And from there, you notice that connection drops. You can start it up again, but you get that feeling of like, yes, I do, and I don't want to tell you right now.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. She's just gonna... It drops, but it's not, like, closed.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I think it would just be a point of like, there's body language of like, I'm done with this part of the conversation.
Okay. Should I warn my companions about Fae traditions we've been maybe misinformed on, so as to not insult our our hosts?
From my understanding, you have a few regal customs borrowed from us over the course of your time. I assume you have respectful customs revolving around that. If you are not entirely sure what to do, just recognize that once we pass through into my kingdom, your presence is of a concern near me, and I would not address me by my first name.
What should we address you?
You may call me Lady Verdant, or Lady Verdant, excuse me. Lady Verdant, or Lady. If anyone else in my family is introduced to you, as they probably will, refer to them as their title only.
Okay.
I would make sure that your people understand that thoroughly, all of them.
Of course.
Please understand, I am eternally grateful for being able to get back a piece of what I have lost of my family. But what you are going to be asking for may require some, I believe you would call it finesse.
Is there another path we could take so that we do not have to ask this of your people?
Yes. But this is the safest.
I will tell them. I'm gonna fall back a little so I can still see her and start speaking in common to the group. She wants to... While we're there, we have to address her as Lady Verdant and address any who introduce themselves by the title they introduce themselves as, and she's gonna look pointedly at Io. That's a very, very important point she made.
All
She
right.
said what we're asking to go through the archway is tricky politically, I think, and we have to be careful about how we go into this. So acting with respect and not presenting ourselves as threats.
That usually goes well for us.
Well,
She did comment on our traditions of respect and reactions to nobility to a thief, so...
So if she's princess, I guess, or lady. Then what were the Redcaps doing with a prince's head in a river of blood?
We don't know that's her brother, right?
Well,
Or
I
did
think
she tell
he's
us?
just
Did she say?
Or- Maybe
No,
not.
maybe.
Not in character, I don't think.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase then. I wonder what that head had to do with her if she is of royalty in regards to Redcaps having it in a pool of blood.
I don't know,
Very
but
good question.
Yeah. To that end, since she's been walking in front of us, how is she holding the head? Is it just in her hands, like, by the hair? Is it like
By
just
the
propped on
hair.
her
They
hips?
don't
Swinging
like
it
the
back and
baby.
forth.
You know, like, is she treating it with reverence or?
She's treating it with reverence for sure. Yeah, I
Fine.
think she's probably just kind of holding it in front of her. I think like after like moving through like low hanging branches and things like that, she's kind of holding it like still probably like in front of her, but off to the side a little bit.
So like practically, but not with like a huge amount of reverence. Not overly reverent to it, just like
Not like
making
this,
sure it's always
no.
yeah, and staring at it.
Just kind of, is this the 100th time his head has gone missing? Is this the first time? It's just, you know,
right.
does this head just keep disappearing for some
This
reason?
is just this is just a running thing. Yeah.
Just another day.
Guys, we lost the head again. No!
Okay,
I just
so
think we need to behave with tact to the best of our abilities.
I can do that, especially now that I know that she's a noble woman. Just
Mhm.
want to make sure you guys all stay safe. That's all.
And if she speaks broken common, there may be others who do speak common, so we should monitor our conversations as well.
If only we had
Uh,
some sort of device to have conversations quietly.
I can also
Dory,
set up.
we'll use the notebooks. That's a
You
great
know,
idea.
when it's not awkward to pull out and write in front of
is,
somebody
yeah, it's
mid-conversation.
I mean,
I mean, I can
can-
also set up telepathic links between all of us for a couple hours if needed.
What?
and on the dot with that, Io literally just pops into Prim's mind and is like, "What, you mean like this?"
She
Yeah,
can do
like
that
that,
too.
but she says it out loud.
Oh, is Aya doing the thing?
yeah,
Yeah, Io's doing the thing.
Wait, can you do one where it's like everybody, or is it just one at a time?
Are you talking about? Are you talking about me?
Well, I guess now, and I'm talking about either one of you, because I thought,
No,
but you, yeah,
it's an A
with
and
you,
B
it's-
conversation. There's no
Right.
C in this
yeah,
equation.
you can see yourself out of it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I think
I
we can all
usually just hop in
speak
now.
with me, but I can't necessarily speak between each other with my
Right, right. Okay. Well,
They're good
still-
options. So
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
what
I
if
can-
what if one of us ripped one of our books in half? Would it still work, or would it be like a broken sword kind of situation?
I feel
I don't
like
know.
it
I think
probably
it's
wouldn't
funny when you
work.
guys start writing in the books all together. It's kind of cutesy. You all pull out your little journals and you all start scribbling down.
I mean, you're
lists
so
of-
tall, you could just look over any of our shoulders. So.
I mean,
It bothers you until you do it. It's just like a
5'11".
feeling that it's just, you know, you have to pick it up, and then every 2 minutes it just does it again.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Or we could play relay message, but it sounds like we're already doing that a bit here already with the languages.
Just-
I mean, I
yeah,
can
together.
telepathically connect with her technically. Mine breaks through language barriers. Doesn't matter.
Oh,
Wait,
as long
you
as they
do
can-
how
that?
does that work?
Yeah, mine breaks through language barriers.
Is it like semaphore?
I don't know. It just says, you know, we just understand each other. I've done it with people that can't speak great.
That's how
common
boats
before on
talk to each
ice.
other.
Oh, sure, that.
I don't know how they do it if they don't have like a mouth and stuff, but like
Yeah.
Snowy told me semaphore is how boats talk to each other.
Yeah, no.
No, get out. You can speak telepathically, but you don't have to speak the same language. How
No.
the hell does that even work? Do you like auto translate or?
I mean, it's kind of like I think Kara and I, we've got our Dares Wharfs kind of language that we have, where we're able to like send vibes kind of a thing, so we know when certain things are happening, when, where, whatnot, and similar kind of feelings, I guess.
So it's kind of like how me and Callisto talk to each other, in a way.
You talk to your. That makes sense.
Okay.
You all talk to all weird things. That
Wait,
tracks.
they're
I'm not
constantly
even
just we
gonna
just
question
have
it.
it's the
No.
someone stops.
He really can have full conversations telepathically, but I mean, go ahead and try it.
I
I'm
don't think he's ever talked. To me.
I'm good for
Has it?
now, but thank you. Does Callisto reach into her mind anyways?
Where is Callisto right now?
Right by Io. I
Okay.
think, and for the most part, he won't leave Io's side.
Right.
So assumption would be around there.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you see, Callisto kind of looks up at you, Prim. You all of a sudden get the feeling in your. I'll ask Prim this. Is Prim scared of heights?
Sure.
Okay, you got it. I would say, just remind. I think there's also like probably maybe some thrill-seeking thing as you did fly down a from a third story thing on just a.
She could
just a
still be
line.
scared shitless, but
Right.
no, that's the only option.
Yeah, love it. Cool. You know that feeling you get in your feet when someone is scared of heights?
Mhm.
That like sort of thing where like your knees all of a sudden just kind of become jello.
Yeah.
You feel a sense of that, and you actually feel like a brush of wind as if you're on like a mountaintop. And I would like you to roll me an insight check DC 10.
14.
14, beautiful. You get the feeling of this. First off, you definitely get that this is coming from Callisto, and you get the feeling of please choose your words carefully. At the beginning of the conversation, you said, "Wait, you talked to your," and then you trailed off.
Jeez, Christ, y'all are making way too much. Callisto, you look great. All right.
You feel the cliff go away?
Thank fuck. Huh. Cool. Not messing with that. Great. Callisto, you're cool in my book. Does anyone else have odd things they talk to outside of? I know you have the cane. I know you've got your cat. You've got Callisto.
She didn't really talk to Houston. I mean, sometimes, but it's in that way that's kind of just like
It's more images, really, that,
Oh, okay.
that we get.
Okay.
Houston
That's
just kind of meows.
all right. All right.
Um,
Kara, you got something?
I'm gonna glance around to see if I can find Mask.
You don't see Mask.
No.
Are you
Don't you
sure
like believe in a
about
god?
that?
Wasn't prayer kind of talking to somebody? It's not the same as like other people when they're like actually talking to somebody. Sometimes I guess people pray to a god and they listen, but it doesn't seem like that's very often. But I thought it's like sort of okay. And then Mask has been I don't know how much we've seen you talk to him, but it's not like sometimes people kind of stop and they just talk for a while, and it's like to somebody else in their head. And then one time, Alistair's thing talked to me.
I'll look at Gwent. So when we get to wherever we're going, are we saying we chose these people to come here with, or we were forced to come here with them?
Okay.
I think you know the answer to that.
Actually,
you're stuck
I feel
with
like
me,
that's
Bucko.
not a horrible premise. I'm gonna, in my head again, Lady Verdant, is it
Um,
wise,
Oh, she says, just if you're talking in my head, just call me Tsarra.
Tsarra, is it wise for a changeling to enter your kingdom, or should I change to make it less problematic?
I'm really really good for the things that but everything where she's responding is pretty low. So she stops, turns around, and looks at you. You assumed that your Fatrix would work in my kingdom. Is that a representation of how good you are, or how unintelligent my people are?
I'm not sure what you mean. Where I'm from, my kind is mistrusted and oftentimes hated. So appearing as I am causes issues. It unsettles people. It makes me appear as a threat.
So this is my highest roll yet, with a 10 in conversation with her, as she responds with, "You will not have that problem here. Come as you are."
Okay. I say out loud. Apparently, she's a little touchy about, I don't know, maybe changelings? I'm not sure.
She seems a little touchy about a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, she does have a head she's carrying back.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to be like sad and stuff, but it feels like we already have like already starting with all the rules, and you gotta remember what to call her, and she has 2 names already, and you have to do 1 name.
I mean, we can't.
Never, I guess, and then
I can't argue against that based off of what I've made you guys do.
Also, why was she on head duty? That doesn't make sense. Why was she where she was when she was? Right? Like, if she's considered royalty, why wasn't she sending out like
An entourage.
She said that the head was important to her family. Perhaps it was part of her duties, or maybe partially her responsibility that it was out here, so she had to resolve it herself. I'm not I could ask, but I feel like I don't want to pry
you probably
into
shouldn't
that.
pry?
Last session too, just a reminder, last session you also got a very strong feeling of a very deep loving connection that she had with that. So
yeah, but the same line, I don't want to pry into that.
Right.
After she's already showing us the grace of welcoming us into her kingdom.
Right.
Cool.
In Elvish, I will lady, I want to remind you that you did promise us a favor in regards to helping us, and also, what other magics do you know besides the telepathic trick between my friend and yourself? Out of curiosity, I'm very interested in all things magical.
Can I give her guidance? Jesus Christ.
She looks at Kara, looks back at you, Alistair. If you're interested in learning about magic in my kingdom, I suggest you keep your eyes open.
Is she wearing anything magical?
you notice her. You notice her like now that you're kind of paying close attention to it, it almost kind of gives like an idea of like a oh my gosh, what is this word? If you have long hair, you put it in your hair.
Beret?
Not a
Headband?
beret.
Diadem.
Headband. So yeah, I think it's headband. Like it's usually like it's like
A headband?
You don't put it. Hold on. You don't put it around your head. You like it's like a circle. It's like a horseshoe.
It's a headband.
Headband.
It's a
Headband.
headband,
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, you see the headband that she's wearing there, and you notice that is glowing with some faint, I would say. I can't think of what the School of Magic would be in there, but I rolled a nat 20, so I will just kind of tell you straight out. It looks like it's it's something to keep an eye on her. Like something to be able to kind of like
Divination?
like a tracking sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You also notice that she has a very small dagger that is giving off some very strong evocation magic.
Okay. Noticing in particular the headband, I will kind of not point at it, but bring her attention to it. I'm a gift from your father, I'm assuming.
In a way.
So you are aware that he or someone is aware of where you are.
It's just over this ridge. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Can I roll an insight check? I'm watching this.
Sure. Yeah.
Nat 20 for a 20.
Beautiful. She is. I'll say, like, as she's like kind of going over the ridge, you notice that she's kind of like touching it. She had no idea.
It's a 9 for a 20.
Yeah, same. Same for sure. Yeah. I will say with a nat 20, I will tell you, I think she is being very careful with how how she's like catching on leaves and things like that, that sort of thing. She is very aware of how magical her dagger is.
Sorry. So I didn't know that you didn't know, but now you do. I'm just gonna assume that they don't know you have the dagger.
Well, that would be where your investigations come up false. I was also given the dagger from my father. And for you to assume that I don't understand the things that I'm wearing, is this because of a sort of misogynistic viewpoint on me being less involved in my own understanding of my surroundings?
I've also been completely overlooked my whole life and untrusted, and I just thought I thought that for a moment you could have understood that.
I'm not really exactly sure why you're trying to take time to bond with me in this moment, but I assure you, in the idea that I have not even asked for your name, I have no interest in getting any sort of lasting relationship with you. Once this deal is done, this is done. I'm so
Fair
sorry.
enough.
Car just
I rolled a
says
nat
in
1.
common. In common, Car just says to the group, It's another Daphne situation. Maybe
It looks
maybe he'll
bad.
give her a button too.
Well, she doesn't have a child, so
She doesn't look super into it.
Neither did Daphne, but her mom was still trying to set him up.
right.
know,
well,
the other thing-
I'm saying Alistair only does well with women with children.
Oh. Gwyn has a secret child.
Guess so.
Crap.
It's
I'm
actually-
sorry, Jess. I didn't mean to let them know like that. That was my bad.
I know. You know
I
what?
was gonna make a video for it, but
She's Yori's mom.
She's yours.
Yes.
Yori's mom. That's got it.
Nice. Right during the
I
drink.
get-
Got him.
You know,
fuck,
you
dude.
know, the thing is, if he actually does give her a button, that would be the second princess.
Oh, I'm pretty sure the last one threw it away just like this one will.
Oh. That
You-
Hey.
didn't. Never mind. I'm gonna take out the book, and I'm gonna write. Didn't Brucelli say that they would help us if we got here? I don't know how to contact them, but I also didn't want to say the name aloud, and that's just kind of what I'll write in the book.
Nice.
I think with you writing that little bit and Io seeing that, he looks at Gwen and it's like, so maybe one of us should try making a call when we get a moment.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. I'll fall back a little bit and write in the book. Good idea, Yori. We'll figure that out.
I'm gonna move up next to on the other side of Tsarra and Alistair to just kind of try and save this situation.
Okay.
Maybe. And just he is very adept at magic. Not so adept at talking. If he's interested in anything, it's likely in the magic.
Dude, no.
God damn it, Joe.
No. Different die. Okay. That was an 11, because that was another nat one. She
Last week it was
looks-
all 20s. This week
I
it's all
know.
1s.
I know. Also, the camera thing, hopefully be set up by next week. It's on a thing. It's on a stand. We're halfway there. She looks at you and goes, unfortunately, in my kingdom, the concept of a female knowing less than a male, especially a male counterpart, is an old custom that has died very hard. So I probably was a little more curt than I needed to be.
Where I come from, it's a custom I wish would die faster, so I understand.
I wish you luck in your endeavor in that. Well, it is just over the ridge here. Please just mind your surroundings, as we do need to continue down the mountain path. And with that, I would like you all to give me a perception check as you are viewing an incredible sight in front of you. If I may
And
say.
I cast guidance on myself.
You certainly can.
16 for me.
A
17
12.
for me. That's like as high as I can roll, basically.
Nice.
I got a 12
The
as well.
natural 20 for a 30.
Nice.
Beautiful.
21.
On the new
Nice.
paradise.
Let's go.
Beautiful. That's awesome. Great. As you guys are, this is a true moment where like the brush is kind of pushed past, and you see that you're on this like kind of high precipice, overlooking one of the largest trees you've ever seen in your life. Actually, sorry, no, let me take that back. Sorry. the largest tree you've ever seen in your life. It is massively big, taking up most of the sky as you guys are looking even straight up at it, even though you are probably close up, maybe 5 miles away from it. Behind it, kind of so small that it's actually kind of hard to see even in this picture, you see little houses of what looks to be, ironically, very interestingly, like thatched roofs. It doesn't seem very naturally elven, like as far as like luxurious and things like that. You do notice that there is an extended, there's some sort of extended sort of not natural stone, like druidic stone seems to kind of extend out to a what looks to be most likely where the royalty stays. But as you continue forward, you also notice that there is a significant amount of water that almost looks like it's coming out from the tree. As you guys are going to eventually kind of get by and pass through, you actually see there's a river that is running in through the tree roots and extending down to this very beautiful waterfall that kind of drops out to a river that flows from east to west. You see there is a large amount of people that are even in the distance as you guys are kind of getting closer up. I'm going to turn the music down just a hair. You notice there are figures that seem to be mostly borrowing from that same kind of elven look. However, a lot of them are having streaks of green and blue. Some of them could be all green. You notice that many of them seem to be at first possibly like wearing leathers that seem to borrow from the natural sort of earth, but also kind of covered up by certain plants. Until I think upon a closer inspection, for those who will say that rolled like above a 15, that you actually notice that it seems to be kind of like coming from them, whether that's something that they're choosing to kind of clothe themselves with, or it's literally a part of them. These figures seem to be very kind of connected to the natural nature of this place. You also see there are figures that seem to have orange hair here as well, but many of notably, actually, I'd say the figures that have orange hair, it is extremely bright orange, very similar to Yori's hair color. Everyone here seems to be of elven descent. You don't see anyone at this moment as you guys are walking through that looks anything like any of you, except for Yori somewhat. Let's see.
Real quick, is this when Kara flew up? She saw a very
That's
large
what I was
tree.
going to ask once he was
Is
done
the
with
same?
the description. Yeah.
Is this the tree that she saw when she flew up earlier?
Sorry, say that one more time.
When we first arrived, I flew straight up and I saw the violet cord over here, and then a giant tree over here. Is this the giant tree I saw?
No, this is a different tree. The tree that you saw before.
This
was
is
actually
smaller than the tree I saw.
Oh, good point. I think it's. Yeah, I would say this is actually technically smaller than the tree you saw, because the tree you saw was like made of light, had this like weird sort of like almost like heavenly sort of formation to it.
Mm-hmm.
So technically this is the second largest tree you've seen. What I'm saying is this is a massive tree. But yes.
Well, I was
love big
more
trees
concerned,
here.
like, because we saw it to the east and the violet
Right.
cord was to the west, so I didn't know if like she did some weird fey thing to loop us around east again.
No, good question. Yeah, no, this is still heading north.
Okay.
So, I think at this view, you actually kind of see Yori. His wings come out and he flies up just a little bit, just to get a little bit better view of what's going on. And he's looking, and he kind of takes the mask and puts it up for a second, just to kind of stare at the scene. How are there so many people? I didn't think there were this many people in the Feywild at all. That's a lot of... Did you get them all to agree to the... That's a lot. Okay. And he'll come back down and put the mask back on. All right, let's go.
Okay. Yeah, Kara, with your 30, as well as, I'd say anybody rolled above a 20. I think there was one other person that did, maybe? Prim, cool. I think for Prim, something that doesn't seem to be... Actually, I think it makes sense for both Kara and Prim to kind of understand this as... besides the sort of elven-looking castle structure, everything here looks to be done... How do I put this? Rather quickly. Like looking at like the thatched roofs and things like that. I don't think you're necessarily familiar with like how a Eladrin kingdom would be handling their housing situation, but it's certainly not this. You get the feeling that this was meant to be temporary, and I'll say for everybody, it's magical. It has not been done with care and attention to detail. Giving you the idea that this is most likely not an original place for them.
So I have another question, which maybe my natural 20 will get me. Clearly there's a bunch of Eladrin around. Are there any more traditional looking elves, like with blonde hair, brown hair, whatever? And do any of them resemble Nalani?
You see one elf with blonde hair, and I would say in the idea that they look elven, yeah, for sure, looks somewhat like Nalani.
Okay.
As you are making your way into the town itself, there's a common sort of like theme that's been noticed here. Is that I think a lot of you are surprised by how familiar you are with the practices of everybody around. Given the idea that this is some sort of monarchy, excuse me. There is a weird sort of like sense of familiarity with the, especially for Prim, for Gwyn, and I would say like technically Kara in the beginning. The idea that you guys were kids of South Imea. South Imea is a monarchy, and borrows this same sort of like feeling of like everybody has a job but is paying homage to something. Yeah. And I'll say Kara with that because you have a 30 with that. I think in the idea of like imagining something that would be fantastical but not being able to kind of put a place around what that would even possibly look like, you kind of wonder if there is a sense of normalcy that either they took from the material plane or the material plane took from them.
Mm-hmm.
Alistair, your question.
Yeah, the water that is in the picture, is there water throughout this community? Like the waterfalls and...
Yes. So the interesting thing with the river that is placed, the river actually kind of flows east to west, except for past this tree as it flows north. So this tree actually kind of works as this like kind of like dividing line to split the river.
Okay. Does the water at all seem magical as we're walking in? And because you said this to make sure I understand it, does the water flow in different directions, east and west?
Yeah, it's basically just becomes a T with the tree in the middle. Does that make sense? A T, like an upside down T.
Gotcha.
Is there a way that I could roll? I don't know if this would be like insight on the people to see how they're reacting to her walking around, if she's considered royalty.
Yeah. To her as in to Tsarra?
Yeah.
Okay.
To Tsarra.
You got
yeah.
it. Yeah. And then also wondering about the magical. I would say give me an Arcana check on that, Alistair.
Gwen would do the same thing, probably.
Okay. So yeah, both of you guys can do that.
17 for me. No, 18. Nope, 17.
What? Give me one more on that. I my brain broke.
17.
17. Cool. All right. Alistair, what did you get?
23.
23. Cool. Yes, there seems to be some sort of really gotta get closer to my schools of magic. Oh, yeah, that's why, because it makes no fucking sense. I'll be simple here, because I'm not going to tell you evocation magic. It seems to have some sort of small healing properties.
And it's flowing towards the Violet Court or away from the Violet Court?
It is flowing both towards the Violet Court and in this moment, actually, it's this weird... So there's your kind of weird Feywild thing. It's actually flowing both.
Away from the tree, both directions. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's what... Okay.
And it's as far as the eye can see. So the assumption is like basically eventually it must sort of like try to like wrap around and connect like somewhere. But it's also Feywild, so it might not. Yeah, Prim, what did you roll on insight?
14.
14. With a 14, you see a lot of weird looks your way, and then immediately looking down as she passes. There are a couple that seem to kind of try to give a curt nod, but I think for most of them, the assumption is she's royalty, so do not look at her. I don't think... Be careful on this. Not in a way of like... I'd say it's more of like, don't cause her to have to notice you in particular.
Gotcha.
Not like a like we can't see her sort of thing. Nothing like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Respectfully, not trying to be noticed.
Yeah. And what did you give me that insight check one more time?
14.
14. Okay. You notice from her, she tries to maintain eye contact with the people as much as she can, and they're the first to break away every time.
Okay.
Anything else?
I think with iOS 12, like he's just kind of a little bit distracted taking everything in. Like this place there's familiarity, but there's like an extra, this doesn't quite, it's like, how is this working? And I think in that, he's going to close his eyes and try to focus. And what does this place, like what kind of aromas are in the air? That kind of thing. Like basically if he were to kind of sniff in the area, like does it kind of have a familiar scent, or does it seem like different?
Cool. I think to handle that, I'll say go ahead and roll a medicine check on yourself.
Okay. That's a 16.
Beautiful. As you're trying to kind of get an idea of the sort of sense to it, you do get a sweetness to the air that also does feel alien to you. You're not able to put your finger on it. It does feel like it's probably from some sort of plant that's nearby. Maybe it's the tree itself. You're not entirely sure. But as you take that big sniff in, you notice that you actually have a little bit more in the tank as far as your lungs. It seems like this area is so rich with oxygen that you are actually able to feel like your breath can be somewhat extended here. It's an asthmatic's paradise.
Nice. Gwen, Al, what do y'all make of this place?
I'll say just before you say that, I think as she's walking down, I'll say this actually probably happens right before you. I apologize. This would have happened probably before you guys would have entered into the town. She said, "Welcome to Iabellon."
Was that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Was that in
Jess, you were
common?
going to say something?
Oh, I was just asking, what was the name? I didn't hear it.
Yep.
And that was
It's
in
in
common?
Sessions images too. If you guys need to, I can put it in the thing too.
So this isn't.
She said that in common so
Elithanaris?
that everyone could understand.
Yeah, I think she does. I think she can determine. I think just a small background. She would say this Iabellon. She'd not really understand certain small sort of conjugation things.
She has a pretty voice.
Yeah.
It's incredible, Io. That's what I think.
Yeah. I didn't really try to source out the magic of this area, but I don't know. The air even the air's not. It's different. Oh man. There's so many things to study here.
Io, roll me a d20 and add your charisma modifier, please.
All right. 23.
Okay. With a Jesus, dude. So good. With a 23. Do I have her? Hold on 1 second. Okay, I didn't. You see a figure walk towards you, holding this. Getting some weird echo from somebody. I think Jess is from you. Yeah. You see this figure, blue hair. You can see that she's actually wearing. For a second, you think that she's maybe some sort of tall fairy. As she is actually wearing leaves as wings. However, you notice that they seem to be non-functioning. But she has a very large yellow. It's like a yellow, but it's actually a really bright, almost whitish yellow sunflower that she smiles at you and hands to you.
I think he smiles, but then he immediately kind of looks at Yori, and he's like, "Hey, what do I do? We aren't supposed to take gifts, right?" And he is saying this telepathically.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. You just don't. You can just walk. I mean, you just walk by, and that person, you never see them again, and they they don't matter. So they're probably not even here.
She's walking away.
Okay. I think with that, he's like, God, I feel so.
Yeah, it feels bad. That's the point. Yeah.
That's the point. It feels bad.
I was.
Yeah.
I mean, I was about to
Yori's
say.
actually big bad. He's just trying to get everybody to feel bad about themselves.
I mean,
point.
like, the point is that it makes you feel bad, and then you do it. Like that, it's all part of a big, it's all makes you do a thing, and then that leads to another thing, and then you can't feel your skin, and then
Yeah,
you
because
have
I was
to
about
ask
to.
for help.
I was about to make some whole exception. I was like, I'm married, but then I remembered she probably can't even speak common. That's weird.
I had a lot of things here, and it doesn't mean this place is different than I've ever seen. I've never seen a place like this. So that was true every time.
A very
But they
interesting
can't all be
sort of
bad.
moment for Kara and Prim. Both of you guys kind of paying attention to Tsarra as she's, you're 30. You're not seeing. There's nothing you're not seeing.
Yeah, I imagine I'm like right beside her, kind of hovering.
Cool. And Prim, you're focusing specifically on her. There's a very interesting sort of moment of, once again, like something that like you didn't expect to happen in the Feywild, because of like expressions and inferences and things like that. You see Tsarra roll her eyes at that whole exchange.
Him just walking past and not taking the flower.
Mm-hmm.
I will say in my head, I did ask if some of the customs we were taught were wrong.
Are you saying that to her?
Yeah, in the across the lake. It's believed we're not supposed to accept gifts. That's what we're taught.
Yes, sorry, she has a lot of love to give. Anyways, let's go. It moves on past.
Joe, as we're walking through, given my area of study and knowing that part of this is like familiar in a sense to South Amaya and all that, and as far as like the monarchy and civilization goes, does this remind me of any particular sort of civilization that I might have like read about or learned about through the museum, or like even as far as the layout of the place?
So give me a history check.
That is a 25.
Okay. I mean, I would say in some ways you feel personally familiar with it, and the idea of like how the very few and rare occasions that you would actually find royalty passing through from Eisenheim, even to the point of like it's a little bit different in Nova Sol, as there's like a septenary, which is a little more like a governing sort of system, but they even pay homage to the king. But even the septenary, like truly are like, they're kind of royalty when they're passing through figures. So I think, I don't know if that answers your question, but I do think it's just an idea of like a general sort of like.
Yeah, I meant more like, ancient cultures that she might have studied,
No.
that are based on, that current cultures might have been based on, like ancient Rome versus modern Rome sort of idea.
Yeah, I think I'll say for now, I think I'm going to take the safer approach and say no, you don't recognize anything particular in that. Yeah. I'd say besides South Imaean history, but even that like has like the idea of like where did that even come from would be a question for sure.
Cultural questions again.
Sure.
Just gauging this city and its people. at this point, I would assume maybe this is a big assumption, but does there appear to be any sort of guard force, or does this seem to be their own? Like they keep their own laws. Like this is a small town, there might be a Barney Fife, or is this like full on?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I would say, Alistair, with you keeping a specific watch on that, I'll say go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
15.
15. I think 15's enough to recognize figures that are that don't seem to be doing anything around. Most of them, they don't seem to be wearing any like particular sort of. Actually, say with a 15, they don't seem to be wearing any particular garb. Except that you do notice they all seem to be. They all seem to be wearing like a pendant on their chest. That's just like that's a silver leaf. And they're all armed. There's that too.
Yeah. So I wear. Gwen gave me the glamour shield armor, which currently has the appearance of the purple vest and all of that. As we are walking, and as slowly as I can not make it, not draw attention to myself, I would like, if possible, where the pocket is on the vest, to slowly have a sewn-in design that resembles that leaf, that emblem that those people have.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, all right. So you're not trying to copy the emblem exactly as far as like the idea of it materializing. It's the idea of having it embroidered in.
Yeah, I just want it embroidered subtly, and if somebody happens to notice it, great. If they don't, then they don't.
Great, I like that. Cool. Yeah, and I'd say like just for examples for like the guards, this is where things get a little bit more elven. None of the guards seem to be like carrying like halberds or helmets or anything like that. They all seem to be figures that enjoy their swords and any like sort of like two-handed sort of things. Most of them being like two-handed swords, or sorry, not two-handed swords, two swords. Yeah.
Dual weapon fighters.
Yes. Probably very quick.
Blade singers.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. So as you guys are continuing down, is there anything else?
I have something I want to do right before we go into wherever she's taking us.
Okay, you got it. What would you like to do?
Okay, are we ready for that? I didn't know if there was something else right before we go in.
No, it's okay. I mean, we're coming.
I
right
just
up to
saw
the
her
court,
full
so-
name in the chat, and the
Yeah.
amount of letters that are in her full name.
Yep,
It's just
pretty good.
it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Truthfully,
bunch of
above
it.
board, there were less, and then as I said it out loud, I was like, "No, there's more than that. There has to be more than that."
There has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So right before we go in, I'll sort of walk up to her and Kara and slowly in common, not like I'm talking down to her or anything, but so that she can understand as much as possible. I'll say to her, if you'll allow it, I can cast a spell that will let us understand you and you understand us for an hour.
I'm translating to her telepathically in
Yep.
Elven, just so that she fully understands.
Yes, that's totally fine. And you see her immediately as she's kind of like walking up. You see her kind of turn to what Alistair you recognize as one of the guards, and kind of just nods, assuming as you're casting the spell, Gwen.
Yeah, I'll also communicate as we go. I do need to touch you, just, respectfully. And I'll cast tongues on her so that we can all now understand what she says and she can understand us.
That's smart.
Ah, well, I didn't know that. You stand here, looking at Kara and saying, and laugh when I ask you to.
Okay.
And basically, I would like she's giving you advantage here, but I would like like maybe a performance or deception check in the idea of like making it so that you're not seen touching her.
Okay, for me?
I think. How do I want to do this? I'll say sleight of hand check for Gwen, but it's more dependent upon a deception check from Kara that has advantage on it.
Okay,
on,
deception's
like,
much
the
better
DC.
for me.
Yeah, the deception would handle the DC of this. Does that make sense?
Okay,
Hand
perfect.
for
Yeah.
me.
And Gwen has advantage, or I have advantage
You have advantage as
for the deception.
as Tsarra is giving you that advantage.
Shit, I just dropped my dice. I will go grab that later. All the way across the house. Good thing it was advantage, because that was a 1 and a 16 for a 22.
My sleight of hand was a 14.
Beautiful. Okay, cool. 20, yep, great. And I rolled a nat 1 on the guards, so we're good. Beautiful. I guess there's a good part to this. Is a different die too. All right. Crazy. All right. So you're able to you're able to touch Tsarra, I assume, like on the shoulder or.
Yeah, we just very respectfully and subtly as possible, I guess.
You got it. As you do that, Kara, you feel, you see her like laugh, and just like laughs, puts hands on your shoulders and like turns you around as if like you made a an interesting or hilarious point, and she's saying just go forward, like that's funny, but keep walking.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, I guess it would be only one hand because the other hand's holding the head. Oh god, that's a good point. Hold on, small retcon.
She just lobs the
What
head to
is
the
my
guard.
die? What is the fucking? So we're accepting that.
Guys, I found Mikey.
Jesus. All right. Now I truly grabbed a new dice tray because it was just it's a smaller dice tray, so I was like maybe it's I don't know, whatever. Yeah, no, she totally didn't. The head's out and about. I would say at that. Okay. All right. I think at that the guards have advantage now because this is a predicament. So I think Gwen, as you're doing now, that being said, it is a 12, so Gwen, you're still fine. But it's like just in time in that moment as the one of the guards comes up and immediately starts speaking in Elven, or excuse me, in Elvish, right when everybody's able to understand, right?
No.
Gwen, I don't know what you're casting.
We
What are
still
you casting?
so tongues on Tsarra, so she can understand everything we say and we can understand her, but we still can't. If we don't speak
Gotcha.
Elvish, we still
Okay.
can't speak anyone
Cool.
else.
Got it.
Sadly, I can only do it on one person.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Alistair and Kara understand what's being said. That's it.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had a chance to do it on myself yet. So
You hear from one of the guards. Lady, would you like me to take care of that as you present your guests to the sovereign? Oh, looks down at the head, looks back. Jesus, fuck, God. Looks down at the head. There's a momentary pause as she seems lost on what to do, and then she gathers herself and says, "No, I will handle it. Thank you." I don't even think she says thank you. No, I will handle it. And she continues to walk forward. She actually now walks forward past you, Kara. Like,
I move alongside her.
yeah. She seemed very unsure. 'Cause you guys have been doing really well on the inside. She seemed very unsure on the like what to do, and then chose "I'm a princess" as an answer. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Cool. So as you guys are now traveling up, you notice there is a very you're now going through a very very tall staircase that seems to kind of wind around to an opening towards a tower. This elven stone building kind of gives a resemblance of like a castle, but also in the idea that like you don't notice any any of the like separation between like the bricks. It is like perfectly connected, cemented, and almost looking like it is one sort of like it was like carved out of one stone. But as you guys are walking up, a couple of you, most of you, are struggling. These steps are extremely tall, comparatively to normal steps. So, Alistair, you're probably having a little bit of a hard time. Yori, unless you're flying, there's like certain cases where you're like having like kind of like put a hand up to like kind of like lift yourself up over it. Or
I
you're
think
just flying.
there's still a mark of pride in him from not having wings to not have to use them. So I think what he actually does is like leaps up to each one when he needs to, and just does like full,
Cool. I love that.
Could-
Making
could
it a
I-
little bit of
to
like
try to help
smacking noise
Alistair?
every single time. Prim, you help
And I'll
Alistair?
also say real quick, on our way up, I'll also cast tongues on myself. Because Gwen's a nosy bitch.
So what is the language situation at this point? Is it we can all?
We can
We can all
understand Tsarra.
Sarah, and
She can understand us.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And you can understand whoever speaks Sylvan.
Right. Yeah.
Kara's flying,
Cool.
hovering next to her.
Yeah, I like how much he's using it.
Yeah. I dig
Makes
it.
sense.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Just make sure I handle one small thing here.
Us broken buddies got to stick together there, Alistair.
Alistair, are you accepting help from Prim helping you out?
I will, but grudgingly. You can tell I'm not happy about it.
Got it.
Thank you.
No problem. Maybe we'll see if they've got a better system on the way down.
We will have words with them. Everyone wants to be at the top of a tower.
It's quite ostentatious to put yourselves up such a tall tower too.
I'm sure they probably talk how you spoke when we first met.
You think I should switch back to that?
If you now would be a good time probably to put
I
on
can-
air.
I can do that. I can get back to that voice.
Fantastic. I'm glad to know that we can count on you. Yes?
Of course. I'll be more than happy to help where I can.
It's not what I was asking. I'm sure you'll be there to help if we need that, but can we trust you? Are we there yet?
I trust you all.
choice of words. Duly noted.
This conversation is interrupted by an exclamation as you hear, "Lady Verdant!" Oh, and you see someone is coming down the stairs to come to you. You immediately get the vibe of, oh, this is the like handmaiden sort of like person that's supposed to be like helping out. Gives a very like maternal sort of vibe in her. In how they're presenting themselves and how their like body language and things like that, but also looks to be about the same age as Tsarra. Elves. So as you see her as you see her kind of descend the steps, come to like is actually allowed to touch Tsarra, and as you hear her say, Lemuel, I'm fine. They'll need to speak to our sovereign. And you see Lemuel kind of looks at everybody, stops at Purpose. Oh, okay.
That's a normal reaction for me.
She's speaking common.
Oh, good point. Yep. No, she's speaking Elvish.
Sorry, languages.
What I still, I mean, but what I still get
think
the
you
same.
definitely get the yeah, like
Translates across languages.
Yeah.
yeah. Yep.
Disgust is normal across all languages. It's not necessarily a.
Yeah, and I think Prim, as you respond in common, you see Lemuel, just like kind of like say like, and then you see Tsarra just respond and say like, they said they're used to how their appearance is perceived. Please, Lemuel. And as they're continuing up, I'll put the name of the thing here for a second, in a second. But you notice there are less guards as you come up, and the figures that are kind of like walking up and down the stairs are all sharing the green hair. Also, you see I think for Kara, I'd say for everyone except for Yori, I think. And possibly Io. Basically, anybody who didn't get a good look at the head is immediately taken back at a double take as you see a figure walk down the stairs, having a very strong mullet in the back, but is very confusing because looks exactly like the head. You see eyes kind of narrow in your direction, and you notice Tsarra kind of. I think Tsarra's going to try to hide the head. Kara, you feel Tsarra kind of put the head behind her back towards you.
I will take it and try to kind of hide it in the folds of the oversized male jacket that I wear, because I have Adrian's jacket.
Beautiful. Go ahead and give me.
You want a sleight of hand?
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand.
Plus 12 for a dirty 20.
Okay. Io, Gwyn, and Yori. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
16.
Okay.
15.
I have a finnan. I don't know what word I'm trying to say, but I have a weird question.
Okay.
Maybe finicky. Invisibility says a creature you touch. I don't know if you can turn objects invisible, but also it is ahead of a dead creature. So the mechanics get a little iffy on that because it can be considered corpse is considered an object sometimes, but it's not other times.
Right.
Roll for it.
Yeah. Roll for it.
Not with that dice.
Are you sure? Because I rolled a nat 20.
I mean, yes, with that.
All right, you cast invisibility in the head, and the head goes invisible. Never mind all the insight checks that you guys were going to be making.
Nice.
Dude doesn't see a thing.
I mean, I guess the sleight of hand then wasn't only grabbing it, but it was also casting the spell because it's verbal, somatic, and material.
I'll give it to you. I rolled a nat 20. I'll give it to you. It just happens.
I'm gonna say that the insight check was necessary for Yori to understand that he shouldn't blurt out, "Hey, you look just like that head we found."
You look like the head.
Like it goes invisible, and he's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
We're trying to not. Okay.
I love that. Yeah. Cool. Great. So you guys, as soon as the figure passes, you feel the hand. You see the hand kind of come back behind the back of saying like, I'm accepting you. I was accepting your help for that. Now I want it.
Okay, in her head, I'm going to put it back in her hands, but in her head, I'm going to say, do you want me to keep it invisible for now or drop it later?
Perfect.
So is that a yes to keeping it invisible for now?
Yes.
Or do you want it drop? Okay. You're not always clear.
Unlike the head.
Hey, nice. Cool. So you guys finally get to the top of the steps. You see there's a kind of open. There's an archway that kind of comes up, but it is an open sort of platform that seems to extend out into different areas that have these like walkways that have these very elaborate looking like stone structure walkways that seem to like extend out. Two of which seem to go up into like from your perspective right now, it looks like it goes up into the tree. For the and that like is extended out far, so it's like a far sort of stone bridge that kind of goes out. It goes out and goes up, so I guess stone staircase kind of going up. Most of this, like especially for Alistair, from like a carpentry sort of like architecture sort of thing, it's like this makes no fucking sense how this works. As like they're extended out with zero like
Supports.
Yes. But they do. So you see they're basically extended out into different sort of hallways, and there's a large one that you see kind of like off in the distance to your right. That is just a stone archway and a door. There is, you can even tell from this position that like open from the other side, you can see that it's just open air. This is a like, the door is the important thing, not the room behind it, so to speak, I guess. At this, you see Tsarra turn to you all. It would be best that you clean yourselves up first. There are open fountains in all of the rooms. You all can stay in one guest room, I assume, for now?
Yeah,
Handle
that's
that later.
fine.
Okay. Well, Lamaril will collect you when it's time to explain.
You know Miss Craggle?
You see everyone that's walking stops.
Oh.
Turns and looks at Yori at the same time.
That's a yes, Yori.
One of
Oh,
these.
boy.
Is it like I forgot my assignment and everybody's gonna laugh, or is it like
You see her extend a hand out and like kind of just gives like a reassuring nod, and everybody kind of goes back to what they're doing. All will be revealed shortly.
ooh mysterious?
That's concerning. But okay.
I
I'm
imagine
sorry.
you would rather hear it from
No, I'll.
the figure that is going to allow you to continue on your quest.
No problem. Yes, so yeah, I guess we should make ourselves decent and be ready for the next steps there.
If there's anything in your rooms that feels like it should not be touched by you, do not touch them.
Understood, Lady Verdant.
Super clear.
And you see her walk off as Lamaril kind of like is like kind of like stopped in the center there and just goes. And you like see her like starting to kind of like talk in Elvish, but just points to a door.
Of us can understand her.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Sorry. Languages.
I
are
assume
hard.
all that was just go there. That's
Yeah.
You know,
Yep. Go there
We go
until
there.
presented to yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just go. That's it.
Elvish.
Yes. It's just go. But it takes, yeah.
So you guys go up to the door. Excuse me. And I will say, Yori, roll me a perception check.
Hey, 18.
Okay. With an 18, as you guys kind of walk in, Yori, you've been very like suspicious and trying to be like head on a swivel, I think, a little bit on this.
Yeah.
You see, as you are all kind of going through the doorway, I imagine that you are the last one to go through, and you see a figure come back up the stairs and is staring in your direction.
Hi. Are you like part of the thing?
What are you doing here? Common.
I'm just trying to help my friends. Trying to find somebody.
It's best that you leave quickly. You see him go to turn to walk away.
Thanks for your advice and the clarity of it. It's super helpful, as always.
And Yori, do you go inside?
Yeah.
You got it. And with that, we see the door close, and we will take our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10.
Perfect.
And we're back. Sorry, I forgot to cue the music. Cool. So as you all are brought forth into this sort of guest room. You can see there's a very large, like circular bed. You can see that it has there's a lot of like kind of like lush like plant life that's even kind of collecting itself like in the room here. You notice that the like roof of this area is just just a collection of vines that are kind of collecting over, which gives you the idea too that also like Yori, as you're like looking at this and like trying to kind of gauge like ins, outs, like danger signs, things like that. Gives the idea that most likely it'd be relatively pretty easy to be able to go from room to room by like climbing through the vines in the roof. So still somewhat an open format, but doesn't feel like it with the like how dark it is in here. And you also actually not how dark it is in here, but like the natural light doesn't really come through very much. You do notice that there are candles that are sitting in like the little like kind of like dishes sort of things that are just hovering in the air near the walls. And you see there is what looks to be a like a natural sort of fountain. It's about like a bathtub sort of size that has like a spring that's kind of coming up out of it. And you see there's like plants that are kind of around it.
As we look around the room from a trauma experience, do any of these plants look familiar?
No. Well,
Well,
yes. Some of them do, but not like the specific plant that you're worried about. But yeah, some of them do.
Well, I'm gonna go clean the blood off of me because I dove in a river of blood.
Yes. I'll help you with prestidigitation.
Did Alistair taste that yet? I'm just making sure it's,
That's a weird question to ask if he's tasted the blood off of someone else.
not off of, like, was it different blood? It was the same blood. There was a blood trail, so yeah, I guess
It was
it's
the same
probably
blood.
the same.
Yeah.
Looked like it was fun when he like picked it off of himself because it like kind of dried, and it was, those things is kind of like
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We should get
Clay
you
gets
cleaned
that
up too, Yori. Dude, pretty beat up.
Yeah. Sometimes it's kind of cool, and people kind of, it's like a, people see it and then they know that it's. But here it doesn't really matter. So sure, yeah, I could probably do it with that trick with the fire, but I don't know how blood is usually hard. So I'm just a little worried about the fountain. So everybody be careful, and like if somebody uses it,
I try it first, and then if it's good,
Is that what we're supposed to bathe in, or is there another thing? Because
Pretty
I
sure it's
don't
that.
want to. I don't want to
she
exit
seemed
him.
to say it was that, and I'm gonna just climb into the fountain. Oh, puppy.
I just one of those things of sometimes those are more decoration
probably not
than.
something they just
No,
frolic
I'm in
it,
the
and
fountain
that's
watching
that's
the
how they
blood
clean
off of
themselves.
me.
They just frolic
Okay.
until they're clean.
Okay.
Yep.
Car, as you wipe the blood off of you in the water, you feel this like kind of like interesting sort of like tingling sensation in your hands, and you might be full hit points, but you heal 5 hit points.
I'm not full hit points, so I appreciate that.
And anybody who wants to
Yuri.
take a short rest here is certainly good.
Come on.
Nope.
It's safe.
I mean,
I do. I need to take a short rest.
maybe
So
immediate.
wait,
As soon as
You're
Yori
okay.
gets in, there's a like little stopper that like kind of comes out, and like Rugrat style, you get sucked down into.
Amazing.
You have to fight Reptar in the sewers.
In
Best
the
campaign ever.
that would be pretty awesome. In the design and architecture and craftsmanship, everything that Alistair would notice about this room, does any of it resemble the things that we saw in Undulith's caves?
Not in a way that would be specific, I think.
Okay. So I'm going to take your answer, and I'm not asking for anything else, but as a broader explanation, we know that the Fae, something or someone from the Fae, had something to do with the rods of destruction being put where they were or how they were. So I was looking to see if I will be continuing to look to see if I see any connections of different peoples that we meet along the way might have been a part of that.
Got it. Yep.
There we
Absolutely.
Okay, so how are we doing this whole bathing arrangement? Ladies first, and then after
I was
y'all
just
First,
gonna
just
get
go
in with
for it.
everything,
She has zero shame, yeah.
How big is the actual fountain?
Bathtub.
Is it
size.
like about what?
About the size of a bathtub. Like a
Oh,
light
really?
bulb
Just
bathtub.
that? It's not, so that's
Oh,
not,
it's that
okay.
small? I thought it was like a bathing
No,
pool, yeah.
How deep is it? Same. Rough. Adorable.
Mom's home.
I know that feeling all too well.
Yeah, about waist deep if you're
Okay.
standard size. So you drown immediately.
Well, I do know he does like. Well, I guess if it's that small, I don't know. He might wait his turn or something like that. If Kara is doing stuff first, and then she'll be able. You know, I feel like at that point, that's when she says kind of like, oh yeah, it's safe. You can kind of come in and switch or something
Yeah,
like that.
once she's all cleaned up with Gwen's help.
Yeah.
she'll-
Yeah, and he just gets in with everything, armor, clothes, mask, and he just sits down and then lays down under the water. Just, you know.
Somebody
what
make
is-
sure
what is
he's
my-
not down
what's
for
my
too
constitution?
Yeah, I like it.
So it means I could do, what, 2 minutes? Yeah.
I did mention like the
forget what that
amount of
rule
like
is.
feeling like extended oxygen here, so I'd say yeah, call it 3.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, you know that feeling like when you, I don't know, I always like in pools and stuff like that to go to the bottom and just sort of let out all my air and lay on the bottom of a pool and just sort of let everything else kind of fade away. And I think there's a certain extent that he just does that. He's covered in blood, so if the thing's flowing, but like there's got to be so much blood just like, washing off of him and his armor and his mask.
You know
but he
how
doesn't,
like there's. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, please continue. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't know how much of the actual stuff. You know, it's blood, so if it's a magic fountain, maybe that helps like clean some of it off and get it off. But otherwise, you know, it's without, he's not scrubbing at all. You know, he's just like laying there and letting it kind of wash over him. So.
Cool. Yeah, I think. Like I said, like I think this, like obviously this water goes somewhere, but I think I think just true to form, we're not gonna like fantasy wave it here. Like the fifth and sixth person that go in are walking into what looks to be a pool of blood.
Yeah, so he just kind of lays there for like 2 or 3 minutes. That's about it, and then he gets up and gets out and goes, "All right, well."
Kara and Yori were both basically submerged at one point. Yeah.
Oh
they're
yeah, I
both
mean he was
horribly filthy.
splattered completely. Yeah, so yeah, there's he's probably still has blood on him. There's just less.
I think in between people changing, Io is using control water to kind of separate out the blood to try and kind of clean it up.
Okay.
In between
Like
people bathing as well, like
Yeah.
especially when he takes his own turn, he's not going to want to.
When he takes his turn, the whole thing floods over and the
Yeah.
room floods.
Immediately floods over.
A gallon a minute.
Gallon a minute.
Everyone is
Gallon a
in the
minute.
water. Yeah.
The glass that I put a little bit of that blood in, which I'm assuming did like the same as the other blood and dried up, but would still be in that glass. Can I just fill that up with some of that water and stopper that thing back up and put it in the bag of holding with everything else? And then I'll
Yes, you
take
can.
my hit points.
You better put it in there.
Put it in there. Put Iabellon water.
Thank you.
Along with our short rest hit dice, are we also healing that
Yeah,
extra
short rest.
5 hit
5.
points?
Yep.
Perfect.
Brings me up to 4.
Yeah, that's a good question. So are we fully in here for like an hour?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
I
Mr.
will
Tongues
regain
is
some
gone.
spell slots. I'll regain a spell slot so I can cast it on myself again at least, but
Can you ritual cast it? Is it one of those?
not tongues, no.
Oh, okay.
I can do
Feels like
comprehend
it should be.
languages, which I will do.
Okay.
But that's mostly for reading anyway. So
Just ask them to write everything.
Yours been asking us to
I
write everything for
will-
quite some time.
when I feel like I have about 10 minutes before she comes back, I will do comprehend languages. Because why the heck not?
Yeah.
I think Prim is just gonna look at everybody afterwards and just kind of be like, "I'm good. I don't think I need a bath. I'll be fine." And she just kind of pulls the bloody boots off at this point.
You want to try
And-
what I do?
Say,
Oh, go ahead.
when
I
will
don't
prestidigitation just continuously for this to
Yeah.
clean up whatever the fountain doesn't do?
Yeah, I
She's-
was gonna say there's a totally fine if this is a conscious choice, but there is like you guys have a lot of blood on you, so there's
Yeah.
that too. So
She's also full and she was running on it, so I was assuming mainly the heels had blood, but
I'd still say there's blood on you.
yeah, that's fair.
But I feel like prestidigitation can take care of
Sure.
anybody but Yuri and Kara, who are totally
yeah, that's
just
fair.
covered in
That's fair.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, it could. It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
Takes a lot.
Like also, he's just
So-
fine with it.
Use
Yeah.
the fountain to wash our faces and our hands.
I just thought,
Clean that off. That's fine. Yeah. And then
You know-
she'll undo the latches on the sleeves and pull the sleeves off of her jacket at this point and start rolling up her monk pant legs. And then she's going to take her scarf, and instead of it being a scarf, she's going to take it off, and she's going to wear it more like a sash.
Okay.
Nice.
And then she's going to put the heels on.
Oh. It's like a monk thing.
Yeah. A monk thing.
It's like one of the, like, you know, they, I don't know. It's like it's weird because some temples have people who are like, they just sort of, I don't know, talk at people a lot. But then some temples have like people who fight, and that's super cool. But it depends on sometimes the god or like what their, I don't know, the religion, I guess. But so yours is like a fighty one, right?
Whether or not he wanted me to be fighty, I feel like he didn't have much choice in that say.
Were there other like, you know, disciples or, you know, like did anyone ever come and challenge the school to like a battle, and then like he had to like fight for the honor of the school, and then they like broke the sign, and then he went and like got revenge, and
No, sadly there was not that much action. I mean, we had the jobs that we did, and Beryl and I did what we had to survive through Dare's Wharf, as much of a city as it is, but
oh wait, the like temple or school, or it was at Dare's Wharf.
yeah.
There was so much cool stuff there I didn't get to see.
Well, it's technically a temple.
is it to? I guess is it to a specific god or thing or?
It ironically, the namesake was the Garden of Blood.
Oh, cool. And is that where they taught you to do the arm and the mask thing?
Yes. Beryl taught me how to hone my soul to do the arm and the mask thing.
Oh, so you had to do that like meditation.
It was a lot of meditation and trying to understand self.
Oh.
You know, one thing I understand about myself is I'm getting pretty damn hungry. Little man, can you hit me up with one of them sandwiches?
Oh yeah. Do you want the ones that you made, or there's still some of the ones from, from Nalani? But it's like he's giving other people sandwiches now, so there's still a few of those. Or I guess if anybody else wants to just share, or you could have one of mine, whatever you want.
Go ahead and give me a third of Nalani's, a third of mine, an IO special, and a third of yours. I'm gonna go ahead and mix it up today.
All right.
While this is happening, I was hoping Gwen would be helping Kara get all the gunk and nastiness out of her stuff. And as she's like getting everything back together, she's kind of hooking Hadrian's pocket watch prominently so it can be seen on the chain, and she's attaching Grian's golden feather to the center of the black mantle, so it's not just a black feather mantle, it has a golden feather down the center of it now. She's gonna, while Gwen's helping her with that, just say, thank you for coming. I wasn't sure you guys would at any point over the last few days.
We told you we'd help, and not gonna leave a child abandoned.
I know we just didn't leave off on a very good foot when I left Huxley's.
Yeah, I think that came out harsher than I meant it to. I only wanted to... I wasn't going to be there to help you the way you asked me to. And it was in that state, it was the only way I could think of to just try to remind you what you warned me about when you were around him. That your thought processes aren't always clear-minded.
You weren't wrong, and I already feel it worked out for us in the end, but I can feel the fade.
And I don't think he's a bad person, or he loves you. I think we all can see that. But I was just afraid that would become overwhelming.
I think it was, but it was a welcomed overwhelming at the time. I didn't feel a lot of the anger or grief that I felt before, and that I'm starting to feel now again, and I don't know if that's a good thing.
I think that anger and grief are a necessary part of the healing process, but I also don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that you might have been reminded that there's more than that, too.
I don't know if I can go back there. If it's not safe for my daughter. I already spoke to Mask, and they said there's places my kind can be accepted. But it's very far, which would mean another journey.
I mean, there are there are ways that we can make the journeys not take as long. Like how we got here in teleportation circles. And I think that I eventually will be able to travel even to places we haven't been before. So if we need to, we'll get you there.
I know. I trust you now. Not saying I didn't before, but I think I was so scared to lose before that maybe coming out of that grief for a little while was enough for me to realize to trust again.
Glad. And I think Hadrian is invested enough in you that he wants what's best for you. Even if you have to sort of keep in mind the influence.
I forgot to plug it in.
Maybe now that he knows, I don't know if he really knew before, maybe he'll be able to control it better.
I don't think he did. I don't think any of us did before Melody told us during that fight, but maybe he will learn how to control it. I need to learn how to control my gifts too. And I have a choice in that. Sometimes it's hard to trust when it's impulse to confirm.
It must, I can see how it would be comforting to just be able to know what people are feeling.
I can see how it's invasive, though, knowing that I couldn't trust my own emotions. What that must be like for others when and it's changing. I'm seeing memories now. I don't know what's happening to that power.
I think you just have to be intentional how you use it. And maybe try to control what you access and how you access it.
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad we had time for this.
Same. We needed it.
We did.
And I really needed to get clean because I feel blood in places that shouldn't be bloody.
Yeah, you were in there.
Mm-hmm. Let's also not throw ball bearings into rivers of blood.
Yeah, that was maybe not quite how that should have been done.
I'm all for poking the bear, but maybe Feywild bears aren't ones we should poke.
Maybe at least without closer investigation.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
All right. And oops, you missed a spot. And she'll just,
Thanks.
like, off your brow.
You turn around and see this room is not too big that pretty much everybody had to like choose to not hear that conversation.
Yeah.
So if you did, you did.
I think it was a private conversation, but not a hidden conversation, if that
Right.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Fully aware people are right there.
Yeah. as you guys are doing your, I'll say like during this moment, there is, you see Oogle kind of like hops up on the side of like one of the like thicker branches, just looks at the water and just goes, oh, well. And then just face forward, just does a full belly flop into the water. There's a moment of concern, I think, and then his head just kind of like pops
A
back up.
frog-like creature.
Yeah. Yep. You see his pot. Yeah.
Neve?
1 second.
Oh no. I love this thing. Where is Alistair?
Yeah, Alistair, are you in this room?
She calls for
Yeah,
Neve and then she immediately looks for Alistair.
Yep, makes sense. We'll say actually, Alistair, go ahead and roll me a D100.
I'm gonna say as this is happening, Gwen's gonna try to reach out and just scratch its little head. So whatever happens next.
Googles.
Yes.
Oh, Oogles,
D1.
yeah.
Yeah.
A 1?
31.
Oh, 31. Okay.
Okay.
This is a weird time for this to happen. Coming your way. So I think as Neve just appears, yeah, for sure, on Alistair's shoulder, you notice that Alistair is seemingly trying to like show off to you, Kara, that he can fly too, as he is just hovering just about an inch off the ground.
Nice.
You doing okay up
Everyone
there?
can fly now.
Alistair, I'm not entirely sure you're aware. Like, I mean, the naked edge. Like, it's, yeah. No, you'd be aware. Yeah, you wouldn't be just on the ground.
Your fox is back.
I don't know why you call it my fox. She clearly favors you.
She does really seem to like you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look.
Nuzzles your face.
I haven't had a chance to. Can you take your fox away, please? Could you? Have you met Prim yet, Neve? It's the one over there. She hates foxes.
She hates foxes. Alistair, roll me a persuasion check.
A 10.
Cool. You got it. Just looks over at Prim, who is like dumping blood out of her boot at in this moment. Just kind of looks back and goes, Foxes
like
make
now's-
crazy noises, guys.
Yeah.
They do.
They really do.
Yeah.
They just like
Yeah.
every noise that you might imagine an animal makes. It's basically like,
They-
yeah, the fox will make that at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like to add insult to injury, Houston jumps up on your other shoulder, jealous of the attention that you're
What's he
giving
look
the
like?
fox. He's in his cat form, or he was last time we saw him.
Neve pops a bubble in Houston's face, and Houston's hair turns pink.
Amazing.
The problem is, I
Houston
think
hisses. Pink is his least favorite color.
it's because I think he's really cool. So then he doesn't really like me because I've tried to turn him big once because I thought maybe that'd be cool, but it's fine. Houston being pink is pretty awesome.
Houston's still on Alistair's shoulder, but not liking it.
I think he hops over to Yori.
Perfect.
Oh, hey.
I
I
pull
like
out
that
a
you have
little
3 eyes.
earring out of my hand and put it in my palm like this, and use my magical tinkering to turn it into like a small little wind-up mouse. and then put it right in front of his face. And toss it.
Yeah, dude, there's no way. You got advantage on that roll for sure. Amelia just kind of like gives you a look, like a fey look of like you can tell is like, I know what you're doing. And then jumps off your shoulder and chases it.
So does Yori.
I would say probably so does Houston.
Yeah, all three of them.
Cool. So
What's Callisto doing during this?
Io actually turns to Callisto, and he says this out loud, knowing that Callisto's going to be able to understand it. It's like, the funny thing is, I think they think you're probably going to go ahead and follow the animals. Little do they know, you want us.
What a silly game. Oh, it's coming to me.
And I think you literally see Io go, oh,
Yes.
okay, I'm going to keep that one to myself.
Okay, for Alistair, roll for the mouse. Kara, roll for Neve. Gwyn, roll for Houston. Io, roll for Callisto. Yori, roll for Yori, and Prim, just sit back and watch.
Rolled a nat 20.
Okay, DC's
No
5. As long as no one rolls below a 5.
Do I need
Why are we
acrobatics to
rolling
get out of the way?
Yeah, I like it. I like that a lot.
Okay.
Neve rolled a 9.
Okay.
Callisto
Doing
also
athletics.
rolled a 9.
Or
What are we
dexterity?
rolling?
This is just a D20.
Oh,
Okay.
just a d20.
I rolled.
You guys don't have any
a-
control on your side, but luck.
18. Yeah.
Oh, 18.
Yeah.
Are these luck rolls?
Oh, these are luck rolls. You guys would have advantage. Yeah,
What,
you guys are
what
fine.
color is Oogle?
Yeah, Oogle is green. Oogle is green.
18.
Oh.
Cool.
16.
Oh, another. We got lots of 18s. 3 of us.
Oh, wait. You said the mouse got a nat 20?
The mouse got a nat 20.
Oh, shit.
23 to get out of the way.
Beautiful.
23 acrobatics to not get run over by all of this.
What was the lowest roll?
I got a 16 after advantage.
16, I think, was the lowest.
16 is the lowest. Okay, cool. 16 just beats the DC for when it scurries up over the wall. Callisto, who does have the ability to fly, kind of extends the wings out, but then looks at you. Apologies, I don't know what that was.
And that's why you lose, and I'm gonna bash through the wall.
Are you really?
100%. We'll see what happens. Like he might
Right,
straight up
right,
just
right,
like
right.
smash into it, but he's like full force, like diving into it and trying to crash through it.
You got it. This is a stone wall.
Yeah.
That's why
So
they coyote this.
so I'm gonna say I think DC 30 athletics.
Sure.
check? Yeah.
Sure. All right. Yeah.
As this is happening, does this feel like something we shouldn't be touching? This wall?
Absolutely. Yeah, of course.
Here's the thing: if we had taken my original roll, which I did roll athletics for, that would have been a 31.
Mhm.
But this roll is only a 19.
Okay. With a 19, there's a moment
Wait.
where there's a. Okay.
So I took a ton of damage at the, in the blood pit, which
Right.
charged the armor. And so I have 50. Oh yeah. I can add 30 if I want.
Is there a?
Oh.
I have to look this up, but I have to check in on this. But is there a?
No, you're right.
limit?
Resets at short rest, so that would have reset. It's fine.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. That's a good call. I forgot about that. Yeah.
It's still gonna be funny. I think on the 19, we
Yeah.
cut to a we cut to a guard that is standing out in a courtyard nearby that is just staring out and enjoying the scenery and just kind of looking around. Just hears a takes out both his swords and just starts walking around the corner, and that's it. Then we cut back.
God, Yuri, let's not break
It's fine.
things, guys. We're guests here.
Yeah,
Oh my
maybe
God,
we wait
it's
until
like
Yeah, I
after.
guess.
Adrian's house again.
Let's wait till after we get what we need. Then, I'm kidding. Please, let's
I
not
don't even
break
know what we
anything.
need here. It's like all, it's
We
just,
need the
it's all
stone for the
make-believe.
gate.
Is that really what I mean, nobody said that. Nobody said they were giving us. They just said,
Oh,
I'll
I'm
get you where
sorry.
you want to
They
go.
said it in
Did they say it?
Elven. I didn't
Oh,
translate it.
the stone,
That's
like
my bad.
specifically?
Yeah, the stone that opens the gate.
Okay, well, I guess that's slightly better. Although
The
you
gate
could have
is
brought it
your
to us. The gate's
safest
back
path.
there.
Anything else
We have
we
to
might have
convince
missed
them.
in the...
No,
Oh, we have
I'm
to
sorry.
convince them.
Oh,
We
I've
have to
got like
convince
nothing
them.
of
We
this
have to be
conversation.
politically appropriate, and
Oh, that's why we have to do those things.
that's why we have to be respectful, not touch things that we're not supposed to, not break
This whole
the
time,
walls.
Yori is like laying on the ground from having smashed into the wall. He's
Yeah.
just talking from the, yeah.
Yuri, please take a point of inspiration because I'm still laughing about it, but it's back there. It's so funny to me. It's back there.
Does Yuri still have any, blood on him at all?
I think he's got some new blood.
Houston is helping you clean it up.
Okay.
So...
Oh,
Thanks, Houston.
sandpaper tongue.
Just licking it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yep.
How is Yuri still hurt?
No, I'm good now.
after
The short
short
rest,
rest?
the short
Okay,
rest
okay.
is good, yeah.
So Neve immediately starts to lick it up as well. Callisto looks at Io. Don't make me do that.
Don't.
No, not most of that is. Some of that's my blood. Some of it's the blood from the red caps, and some of it's the blood from that blood pool. So I hope it's safe.
They seem fine.
They seem fine.
Yeah, do they
As he
seem
waits for the
fine?
DM.
God damn it. Yori, roll me a D100.
Oh, no.
Awesome. I love doing that. That's the best. Yeah. All right. 13. Lucky 13.
13.
What a D100?
Mhm.
That's insane.
Almost got the miracle.
Okay. Oh, I love this a lot. Yori. I'm using a different table, just FYI. But Yori, as you are getting licked by two animals, you feel for a moment. I think your eyes kind of, your mind's eye kind of cuts back to the figure that was staring at you. That said to you, you best leave quickly. And you feel like a darkness surrounding that. Like in that vision of that moment, you see there's like black smoke behind him, and you just see him. The lighting is the same, but it feels like it was. It feels like it was almost like an ill omen.
I think, yeah, he kind of feels like there's like moments when you're maybe a kid and you're having fun, but you know that you're grounded and you're not supposed to be out, and you're having the fun, but then you get that like flash and that gut feeling of like that's later, like that's coming, and you know the or even just as an adult, like remembering that you have work the next day or something, you know, just that thing that interrupts your good feelings.
Mm-hmm.
to give you that gut, like, oh, I'm ignoring that right now, and
Right.
it's I think there's a large, very complicated feeling of that, and yeah, I don't know that I don't think he particularly does anything about it. I think he just like feels it for a second, and then maybe if you're looking at him and you see his posture, it probably, you know, goes into a bit more I don't know, kind of that posture you have when you give up on the ground. Loose. And just kind of like, you know, everything is a little bit more loose for a moment. Yeah.
Okay. About another minute goes by, and you hear a knock at the door.
As we hear the knock, I'm gonna cast tongues on myself again.
You got it.
I'll open the door.
You open the door and you see the woman. I forgot to put that down in the chat, but it's Imaril. Oh wait, am I making that up? Hold on. I am Lamaril. I'll put it in chat here. You see her standing in the door. You see her hands are kind of behind her back. As you hear her say to you in Elven, Alistair, did I do that right?
I'll turn and look back to Gwen.
Yes. You did that right.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if you were saying yes to Alistair or you were. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
All good. Excuse me. You see, your presence is requested in court. Is
Thank you.
everyone dressed for meeting with the sovereign, or should I come back?
I think we're as ready as we can be.
Very well. Follow me. I'm having a hard time doing two things at once here. You follow her to that same open doorway, to that same doorway that seems to kind of go out to this open sort of place. Is there anything you guys want to do before we go into explaining this court? Oops.
Kara would just try to say,
That'll be someone you see.
stay near the front or at the front so that she can use her reaction to shield if needed.
You got it.
Prim will be in the back.
If there's any writing, Gwen would try to read it on the way by. Since I did comprehend languages. Like plaques or anything like that. I don't know what there might be. There might not be anything.
Nothing.
Yori's gonna put on the other mask.
The harpy mask?
The harpy mask?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's, more formal for court occasions.
Totally.
Indeed.
Totally formal. So we've got the mask on you and the kitten heels on our monk.
And the mantle on the rogue.
Yeah.
We're kind of just across the board declaring we've killed we got items from harpies at the very least. I don't know we killed them.
Beautiful. Okay, cool. So as you guys walk in, excuse me. Switch it to this. As you all walk in, first off, you see there is another tree that is coming up out from the center of the court. It looks rather thin. You can see branches that are kind of extended out that have leaves that are surrounding it. But all green leaves. And as you guys walk in, it takes you a second, but you notice that there is a form of a figure that is resting in the tree. You see a female form that almost as if the figure is carved out of the tree itself. you can hear birds kind of tweeting overhead, and on the other side of this tree, you see a couple of figures. First off, you see Tsarra standing in a very different in a very different look. A dress that is off the shoulders, is a mixture of white and green. Like there's a green kind of like shawl that kind of comes over from her chest and like kind of comes around. It almost has like this like sort of short little cape to it. And you see the white dress kind of comes all the way down to the ground. She looks very regal, very lady of the court. You see there is this figure who has not changed his look whatsoever, still has that green garb that you can tell is not like leathers or anything like that, is seem to be like specifically made of what looks to be like armor, but seems to be like bending in a different way, giving the idea of like some sort of fey-like enchantment on it. Lamorel's right behind you. You notice a figure that I think, I mean, you guys already saw this, but can't seem to like definitely puts a smirk on your guys' face as you see this very large, muscular, but extremely gentle-looking furbolg that is standing towards the back, very close to what you would assume to be the sovereign. You see a hand kind of like resting on the throne. You see he's kind of like standing very like very like kind of like to attention, but as you kind of come closer, Prim, he like catches your eye and kind of like throws like a wink. You're not sure what that meant, I don't think, but yeah, it kind of strikes you kind of odd. Excuse me. And then in the center, sitting on what looks to be a throne that is completely made of vines and leaves that are coming out from the top of the entire back of the throne is this like deep, like almost like black ivy sort of look to it, you know what I mean? Like that like it's green, but it like is almost black. That's how dark it is. Seems to kind of come to the back and then seems to coat over the front, enveloping the legs of this figure that looks to be, I think, from like your guys' kind of like vantage point on elves. You see this figure has a couple of forehead wrinkles, which gives you the idea this figure is probably old, much older than they look. They're definitely adopting the kind of ageless sort of appearance, most of them. But this figure definitely gives a sense of regality, but also definitely like has this like kind of wise old man sort of like persona about him. As you enter, you see Lamorel kind of like runs up kind of ahead of you, and then bows to the ground.
I'm going to move up next to her and kind of like the soldier bow. So you have like one knee still up and a hand across and bow really low as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll follow suit.
Yeah, Io will bow literally as low as he can as well.
I muted
Muted.
Quentin.
I will put one leg out and lean on the cane and just give a head flourish.
Okay, you got it.
Prim will go all the way down, hand on head, basically.
Yori will move his mask to the top of his head and look at him in the eyes, and then put it back on.
Stand, please.
What language is he speaking?
I speak in common.
Okay.
It is my understanding that our native tongue is not a learned language for everyone here. I hope that my limited knowledge of your language will suffice in this. Am I being understood?
You speak excellently.
It is of my understanding from our Lady Verdant that she is owing you a favor for services given in retrieving something that was lost, something that belonged with our people.
We seek passage through the archway.
I'm afraid that is not possible at this time.
Joe, question before we go on.
Yep, go ahead.
As we were here for a little while, studying a little bit of the architecture as we go by, does it seem to be of the same style as the archway? Like, does it
Yes.
seem like they built this archway to begin with?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry. Continue.
Oh, good. There is a reason the Archstone has been taken from the gate. A reason that I am ashamed to say brings us here. This is not our native home. How familiar are you with the court that lies beyond?
We have some knowledge.
We do. And we're not asking for the doorway to be open permanently, just cracked so that we could slip through. If it's closed behind us, that's a risk we understand and take.
A risk that you are willing to take.
That we must.
If you wish to receive the Archstone for any time, we will need something from you in return. There is a figure that has haunted the past of this city has taken our children. Beyond here into the glowing forest. We made a very difficult choice to shut that connection off. Paid a very terrible price for it, one of which you're aware of. I would need an assurance that the creature that has thwarted our city would be taken care of. And because you have a trickster in your presence, one that refuses to pay lineage, I do not believe that I could trust you to carry out that task.
What is this being? Is it perhaps my daughter was taken as well? That's why I need to get through there. That's why I need to go.
You see Tsarra kind of shifts uncomfortably at that. I'm sorry, this choice was not made easily. If you were in my position, you would understand the difficult choice that I had to make for the good of all mothers here. Alistair. Roll me an insight check, please.
17.
You notice that Tsarra is standing there, and you see her. I think you see like like her hand kind of fidgeting, and you see a look of her jaw kind of being set as if she is clenching her teeth.
I'm sorry, am I to understand that you're not honoring your daughter's deal with us?
You see him look at her and in kind of a little bit of an astonished sort of thing, and then looking back at you, as he never said this was my daughter. So you saying that gives an idea that like he's... Unfortunately, the foolish acceptance of my daughter's relinquishing of your favor does not admonish me in my duties and responsibilities of this court and to its people. I am willing to grant you a favor. That is not something that is within the bounds.
For your people, though, you would not tell us of the beast that took your children? So that even if we cannot enter the courts through the means that are easiest available here. We couldn't perhaps search while we are there, because know this, we're getting there one way or the other, with or without your help, and I've been told this is the safest path. But I will take a more dangerous road to get my daughter back if needed. And if there are other children, I will not leave them.
I think at this point, Kara, you, if you make any glance towards Tsarra, you see she is staring intently at you. She is not like you're not, receiving a message or anything like that. You actually get the feeling that like she can't hear, but you can tell like from her body language. She's looking for something that she herself cannot come to terms with saying, as you hear a response. Fair enough. I will not count this towards the favor, but it is important for you to know if you do pass by. I do recognize what you have done for us, and it is only fair to pass along information of this wretched beast. She goes by many names. She is both of the forest and seems to come and go as she pleases in other planes. With use of the Archstone. So you understand, me taking this away doesn't just protect my people, but any people she would get her grubby little hands on.
Is she on the other side of the stone?
Yes, she is in the forest.
Her influence is not. The creatures that we encountered near there, if this is the same one.
It's Miss Craggle. Are we
Controlled
gonna
by
go
her.
kill Miss Craggle? Is that the deal? Is it like, does someone have a, where to find her, and then, but many names. I'm sorry. Go on.
I wanted to convey as well is that the removal of the stone does not seem to have removed her completely. The risk is there.
Her magic does seem to seep through, at least on the entrance side, very much like the insolence of your fairy.
I'm a giant.
Apologies, I did not know. As I said, she goes by many names. Some of the children have heard songs sung by creatures in the dark that have called her Miss Craggle. Another name she goes by is Yex. Aya.
Mm-hmm.
You know this name.
Wait a minute.
It's mentioned that she travels through other planes.
Yex? Can you describe this being?
Sallow skin, hunched. sometimes hair being green or red or blue. She claims to have been one of ours many, many years ago.
One of yours.
I can
As
assure
in-
you that she is not.
She claims to have formerly been an elf, or a member of your kingdom.
There's neither here nor there.
Also, question, because it's definitely going to infer like how I kind of think about this. Where has Io heard this name before?
What is it? What does this creature sound like to you?
Sounds like to Dan, it sounds like a hag. And I'm thinking either Dr. K or another source is where I would have heard it.
The other source.
Mm-hmm.
I messaged you.
Gotcha. This hag, this thing, do you know what she does with the children she takes?
I know not. I unfortunately had to make a decision to keep out the rest. We did try to send many rescue missions. None of them came back alive.
I've heard of this creature before, believe it or not. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye out for her. And
I wish you the best of luck. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do in regard to this. I can give you weapons, sustenance to make your journey a little less taxing. But I
Is there
promise
nothing
you,
more we can give to open that door?
as I said, I do not trust you.
Her deal
Unfortunately,
was to help us, so she'll be coming with us as well.
that is out of the question. You see a nod from her.
And I suppose if we have to take the long way around the more dangerous route.
You will absolutely be not taking the Lady Verdant out of her court. As you say that, or sorry, as he says that, Alistair, you see the nod from her, like clearly, like, no, she wants to go, for sure. You see the tree behind you, the form seems to kind of break apart. This as a figure with glowing gold eyes comes out from it. This figure's a dryad. My sovereign. Remember what happens to anyone who refuses the favor of the Fae.
Whatever he's rolling, is there a DC to it?
I'm gonna say yes.
The flash of genius for him.
So as I hear the dryad say that and turn back to look at him, I will cough. And as I cough, you know that when you choke on your own spit, as he's thinking, whatever decision he's about to make just gets interrupted with that in his throat.
Okay. Looks over to looks over to Tsarra. Is. What is the
It's
dice
minus
roll?
5.
-5. Okay, beautiful. Daughter, I'm afraid the Dryad is right. But I will accept the consequences unless you... you see her step forward. Looks at the rest of you, looks back at her father. It would honor you and court. I will go.
Will this not change your mind?
Does she make the deal with you, Fairy?
She made the favor with me. I was the one who returned what was lost.
Changeling that has the aroma of iron and smoke. I would not think you be a trickster of this fair realm.
I am not.
Very well. I will give the Archstone to the Lady Verdant, and the Lady Verdant alone. If she does not return, if she does not return within 3 days, I will remove it and accept the fact that you all fell to her will. I would
Understood.
say luck be on your side, but apparently the forest is in your favor. And looks over to Alistair's right foot, as there is a little tiny oogle right there. Anything you need for your journey, you may have. You may rest here tonight and be off in the morning.
We won't fail, and we won't betray your trust.
I have spent many years learning not to trust. I will try my best to ignore that in this instance.
If it makes you feel any better, I got business with that thing too.
And make sure you put it as far in the ground, farther than anything that could gather sustenance from it. Anything that could let it breathe again.
It'll rue the day it was born.
Then you will have my trust and the support of the Verdant people. I am tired. Excuse me. And you see the lovable Furbolg kind of nods and picks up the Verdant Sovereign. And as you see the ivy kind of drapes away, Alistair, you see 2 legs that have lost all muscle mass. And is carried off.
Go ahead.
No, go.
I will turn to face the dryad that's behind me. Is he stricken by illness or born that way?
A favor not kept.
Can I ask to whom?
His father.
You there when the favor was made?
You see her lean in close, kind of like bends down as she is probably a little taller than you. She's probably maybe like, I don't know, like 6'5". She bends down and kind of like pulls herself a little bit more from the tree that she's in. Are you saying I look my age?
Curious if you knew the details.
You can come visit me sometime and we can talk about it. She extends her hand out, and her hand is pretty far away from your face, but the fingers seem to grow and extend out to touch the side of your face.
I think Gwen, as this is happening, is just going to reach out and touch his elbow. Not say anything, not determine which way, just touch his elbow.
Assert dominance.
She's not looking at Alistair, she's looking at the dryad.
Kara, your eyes kind of like look back to Tsarra, and Tsarra just once again just rolls her eyes.
I like share that eye roll with her.
An eye roll that just says dryads.
Well, mine is Alistair, but yes.
Beautiful.
We'll see you when we return.
I won't go far.
Okay.
Good luck,
we-
Alistair. And she
Howdy.
just too late.
Shall
Was
we
that
get some
entire
rest?
exchange? Was that entire exchange in Sylvan or Elvish? I'm assuming it was.
No, I think it was in common.
Common.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do have a question that I was going to ask before that happened. What is the younger male elf? What was his demeanor during this whole thing?
Yeah, I think
Between Tsarra and the Sovereign, and
he had a scowl the whole time. He walked off with the sovereign.
Okay.
Tsarra is standing before you in the court. Her head kind of hung down. She looks up at you all, just goes, "Let's go hag hunting." And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. See you guys next week.